Foundation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and have a good day. Dari Indonesia, selamat siang, selamat bergabung di hari kedua virtual International Conference hari ini. طيب صباح الخير وصباح الفل من مصر. نهاركم السعيد أيها الطلبة، إخواني وأخواتي الأعزاء. مرحبا أقول لكم أهلا وسهلا بقدومكم ومشاركتكم في هذه الندوة الافتراضية العلمية والعالمية لليوم الثاني. فأتشرف بحضوركم في هذه الفرصة الغالية. أقدم لديكم جزيلة الشكر ومن حرم جامعة الإسلامية الحكومية باريباري أحييكم تحية مباركة من قلب عميق. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نحمد الله حمدا شاكرا لرب العالمين، نصلي ونسلم على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. طيب، قبل كل شيء بحزن عميق أنبئكم خبرا محزنا أن ما وقع في لبنان اليوم التي توفتهم حول 70 شخصا. فلذا في هذه الندوة أطلب من سماحة صدوركم بأن ندعو الله تعالى عسى يداوم الخيرات والطيبات لإخواننا المسلمين بلبنان. Let's pray for our Muslim brothers in Lebanon, in Beirut. على هذه النية الصالحة هيا نقرأ الفاتحة. بسم الله. Amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on this lovely event, first of all, I would like to introduce myself as moderator for this second day on virtual international session. That my name is Andi Bahri. I am a lecturer in YIN, State Islamic Institute of Parepare. Please, for the welcome, the honorable presenters and your excellencies, participants. Before we start this session, let me inform you that today there are about 14 presenters, some of them professor, associate professor, lecturers, and last but not least, the presenters from graduate student of Islamic State Institute of Parepare. Well, for the first session, I will invite for the presenter, Associate Professor Dr. Mahsyar M.Ag. He is a director for postgraduate program of EIN Parepare. And the next presenter will be Mr. Professor Dr. Muhammad Yaumi. I think he is already on Zoom meeting. And also Pak Director. Okay, Mr. Yaumi is Professor in Excellence State Islamic University of Alauddin Makassar, South Sulawesi. And the third, I will invite Mr. Associate Professor Dr. Makueta Haywaesorhoh, the Vice Rector of Islamic University, Sheikh Daud Al-Fatani, Thailand. Welcome for this conference, sir, Mr. Makueta. Well, these presenters in general will speak and present, share more about the religious education and spirituality worldviews regarding to pandemic COVID-19. Distinguished presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the program by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So, I would like to invite firstly Associate Professor Dr. Mahsyar M.Ag to present his topic with the title, The Strategies for Strengthening Spiritual Values in Classical Literature of Lontara and Hadith Literacies Relating to COVID-19 Pandemic. The time is yours. Okay. Excuse me, sir, you may present your topic by English or Arabic. As moderator, I say to presenter that you have time about 20 minutes to presenting your topic. Okay, please, sir, Dr. Mahsyar, time is yours. Tafadhal.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Wa syukurillah. Yang terhormat Rektor IAIN Parepare Dr. Ahmad M.Sc, Ibu Wakil Rektor 1 Dr. Jamil Amin, Bapak Wakil Rektor 2 Dr. Sudirman Il, Wakil Rektor 3 Dr. Mohammed. I am affiliated in Parepare, hosting and the director of IAIN Parepare. Feel gratitude for all the speakers for attending this meeting, starting from Dr. Muhammad Yaumi, Associate Professor Dr. Makueta, Thailand, Dr. Abdelkader, CRIS ZITA from Philippines, Dr. Mutmainnah from Mother Indonesia, Mohammed Abdelkarem, M.Sc, Iraq, and Mohammed Samir Nada, M.Ed from Mahsyar. I would like to deliver my paper presentation with the title, The Strengthening Strategy for Spiritual Values through Plato, Manuscript, and Hadith Literary. Case study in the IAIN Parepare, South Sulawesi, Indonesia. But before I explain further, I do apologize for the audience to speak in Arabic language. Al-Strategiyatu fi Taqwiyatul Qiyam Ruhiyya biwasitatin bahsin kitabin Lontara Plato wal Hadis Nabawi. Ad-dirasatu fi Jamiatin Parepare al-Islamiyati al-Umiyati ba'da wabah corona. Inna ad-dawra ar-ra'isa al-Jamiatin Parepare al-Islamiyati al-Hukumiyati huwa tatbiqut tarbiyah wa tadrisi hasba thaqafati dawlati Indonesia. وهو بس وجود التربية والبحث والخدمة للمجتمع في علوم الدين. هذه الجامعة وضحت نظرها وهي الإنتاج الثقافي والإسلام akulturasi budaya dan Islam. The acculturation of Islamic culture. Wa kitabun lontara wa kitabun klasik dugisiun yatawi ala tasawiril mawqif wal fikra wal akhlaqi wa itikadi al qabilatil bugisi min az-zamanil klasik hatta qarnin 16. Tilkal afkaru منسوبة إلى 12 شخصا عاشوا كلهم في القرن 15 إلى 16 تقريبا، لكن هناك شخص واحد لا يذكر اسمه إلا باسم توريولو، وفي هذا الباب ربما توريولو هو الذي قد عاش قبل القرن 14. إن العلوم في جامعة فرفارة الإسلامية الحكومية تبنى على النموذج البياني والبرهاني والإرفاني، ونظرية العلوم التي توفق بين الابتكار والذوق والإرادة المتركزة على الروحانية. على غاية العلم تحقيق الإيمان، والعلم بلا غاية يؤذي صاحبه، أي أن هدف العلم الأساسي هو إيمان، والعلم بلا هدف يجعله صاحبه مختص. إذا كان قلبه مختص وأن علمه في نفس الحالة كما قال في الحديث صلوات الجسد. المشكلة هنا كيف البحث عن الكيان الروحية في كتاب لونتر لتوى والحديث النبوي حتى تكون استراتيجية في تكوين الكيان الروحية في جامعة فرفارة الإسلامية الحكومية. هناك 4 استراتيجيات يمكن تناولها في تقوية الكيان الروحية. الأول البحث النظري، البحث النظري وسطر البحث visi and tackling وتفهيمهما بمجتمع. بحث النظري akulturasi budaya dan Islam وتفهيمها بمجتمعين. إن لنظرة جامعة فرفارة الإسلامية الحكومية كلمتان أساسيتان وهما الثقافة والإسلام. والثقافة ثمرة الناس التي تتكون على الإنتاج الابتكاري والإحساس والإرادة، والإسلام من الله تعالى من السماء، وهو الدين الواحد المقبول عند الله يوم القيامة. وكل قبيلة تنشأ وتتطور مناسبة لتطور عقلها وإحساسها وقلبها، وإن العقل والقلب يلونان مسيرة الثقافة والحضارة للدولة، هما يمشيان معا أحيانا، ولكن في الوقت الآخر أن العقل يسبق القلب ويترك، وبالعكس أن القلب يسبق العقل ويترك أيضا. إذن أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يوفق بين العقل والقلب حيثما كانت القبيلة البوغيسي قد وفقت بينهما. هذه الحقيقة وقعت قبل دخول الإسلام في الجزيرة البوغيسي التي سبقها دخول الغربيون. Partisipan yang saya hormati, bangsa orang Bugis punya budaya yang menyeimbangkan antara akal dan hati. Sebenarnya ketika Nabi Muhammad SAW datang memparalelkan antara tuntutan fikir dan hati. Amal fariqu baina sakafati wal bugisiyah was sakafatil arabiyah wa najidu fi ma yali. Al-gharbu riddu syarqi al-bugisi Misal Machiavelli versus Lamello. Machiavelli huwa mufakkirun Italiyun Gordiyun mata karni 16. Inna afkaruhu siyasiyata takunu marja'an lil ulama'i wa inna Lamello wa mufakkirun mukhalliyun takunu afkaruhu marja'an alal aqalli li hukumati mamlakati buni. Ihda al-hukumati fi Indonesia qabla al-istiqlal fi zalikal waqt Machiavelli qad ja'ala al-maidan as-siyasiyya laysa lahu alaqatun bid-din bal qad ta'silatu siyasati wal akhlaqi wa farraqa baina at-taqlidi wal-gharbi wad-din ay annahu qad fassala al-ard was-sama' wal-aql wal-qalb wa hadza ra'yatu qad zukira fil Qur'an al-Karim laisal birra an tuwallu wujuhakum qibala al-masyariq wal maghrib. Lamello wa syakhsun aisun fi kitab Latoa. Wafat fi sittati karni sittat asyar. Asya fi awalil karni sabi fi karni sabi asyara hatta akhiri. Wasbah mutakalliman li hukumati buni fi samanil malik as-sadis aw sabi. Lamello yu'tabaru mufakkiran siyasiyun khaliyun mutamassikun bil akhlaqi wal adabi wa yu'assisu wara'ahu siyasiyya alal akhlaqi war ruhi wa hasihi al-udidun ora Machiavelli. Hadza manhaj at-tafkir al-buhisi yunasibu li fitratil insani. Naqsadu huna fi haqiqatul ruhi wa tujadu fihi salasatun ittijahatin. Awalan ilal jannah yamilu wa yashtaqu ilal jannati li'anna fil jannati haqiqatul ruhi. Asaniyan ilal khair yutabiq ma'a tabiatin ar-ruhi. As-salisan ila Allah li'anna al-abda mushtaqun ila rabbi wallazi yurda wa yarda. Innal qabilatal bughisi laha syakhsiyatun tamatappat mu'min tamalantu salikun tawarani syuja'un tamatanda siri khafidul haya wa syarafu darajatin fil mujtama'in huwa tufandrita ay ulama tusugi jawadun tumarani syuja to sulasena ay ahli aiti wa qala sallallahu alaihi wasallam inna sidqa yahdi ilal birri wa birra yahdi ilal jannah wa bihaza yahtaju ilal imtisaji saqafi. Al-Arabu dibughisi kana al-Arabu fil jahiliyah yufarriqu baina ar-rajuli wal mar'atu fil martabah wal mar'atu adna martabatan minar rajuli wa kasalikal bughisi lakinnal mar'ata bin nisbati lahu la yajuzu an takuna mamba'an ra'isiyan walakin yajuzu an yakuna saniyan. Hasa yunasibu li qawli Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam la yaqaumu walau amarahum imra'ah. Wa hadza yadullu ala anna manhat tafkirul arabi wa fi klasik wal buhisi yutadiku al-islam. Izan annal kiblati al-buhisiyya sakafatul islamiyya qabla ayyadahul dinul islamiyya. Wa hadza maqsuda min al-intisadi saqafi baina as-saqafati wal islami wa baina as-samawati wal ard wa baina al-wahyi wal aql. Inna yusmidul hadara al-islamiyya Saintia Sakra inda Sayyid Husain Nasr. Al-bahsu seqil wasfi malabbi warkadanna makyada ampena wa tafhimihi lil mujtama'in. Malabbi warkadanna makyada ampena fil hadisin nabawi bimakna akhlakun karimatun wa tariqatul kalami bil qabilatil buhisi min alamatil ikrami bainahum al kalimatun allati tulqa hina tahaddusi tusawwir kaifa yukrimu al mutakallim ila al mukhatab wa taqlidu fil kalami al tahaddusi lil buhisiya yubna ala asasi ikramin nas wa yuzkaru ala mabda'ul akhlaq fi kitabi latoa salasun mafatihul khair awalan ada madecin husnul kalam gau madecin husnul fil ati madecin husnul kal ada madecin husnul kalam gau madecin husnul fili hasa yusammayani malabbi warkadanna makyada ampena wa fatani as-sifatani lam takfiya illa ma husnil kal wa akmalul khair wa husnul kalam wal fil wal qalb. Inna satal wasfi fi malabbi warkadanna makyada ampena laha salasatun mabadiun wa huwa yukrimu wa yarhamu wa yuhibbu ba'duhum ba'da. Malabbi warkadanna makyada ampena jadi bina atas 3 asas yaitu si bakalebbi, si purio, si purenne. Siyak kasiriseng. Wahasihi salah satu tuskaru fi kauli Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam yuladu minhu ta'awun al-ittihadu wal musawa wal musa'ada ar-ruhiyya wal khumasatu allati kanat fi malabbi warkadanna makyada ampena masatul ittihadi wat tasamu waruhama'u bainahum. Strategi kedua at-takamalu bainal qiyam fi kitabi lontara wal qiyamir ruhiyya fil hadisin nabawi ala surati madatin dirasiyatin al munakashatu haulal ibtikari wal ihsasi wa karsa cipta rasa dan karsa al ibtikari wal kudratu fi sihnin li husuli al asya'i al jadida au al amalil ibtikari wa fi kitabi lontara yusamma bi nawa-nawa ay nawa-nawa madecing al ihsasu yata'allaku bil mauqifi wa sautil kalbi an al wijdani emosi wa fi kitab lontara al mustalah yusamma tanga madeceng ay madeceng tangan arsa kuatun ruhiyatun lil amali fi kitabil lontara yusamma ati wa hasal kalbu wa ma yadullu fil hadisin nabawiyyah idza saluhat saluhal jasad kullu hadza qad sakara Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam munzul qarni rabi asharal madiyah qabla ayya arifa al mujtama al hadis an S.Q wa ikui wa innal buhisi fi zalikal qarni kad katabu an nawa-nawa madecing ay kui tanga madeceng ay ikui wala budda minhu ayatamidu ala ati madeceng S.Q ay maknahu anna muqaratul qalbi afdalu min ghairi wa fi kitab lontara sama bi sikyati madecing wa hunaka arba'ata alamatin liman laha sikki ati madecing fahiya al khawf minallah minal qalamil fahishi minaz zulmi wal khawf minal kasb. Jadi dalam lontara orang pintar ialah orang yang takut kepada Tuhan. Orang yang tidak takut kepada Tuhan disebut dungu. Strategi ketiga, tutawiru at-ta'limi biwasitatin markas bahsi ulumi tafsir wal hadis. Inna markal bahsi tahta riyasati munazzamatil buhus wal khidmati lil mujtama' hasi munassabatun yar asakwa ra'isul munazzamah. Wa min wasifatihi tatwiru bahsi tafsir wal hadis min wijahatin nazari al-mukhtalifah. Strategi yang keempat, strategi al-rabi, takwiyatul ruhiyah fil qiyami bil maraji al-mukhtabah. Hasihi al-barabi yushariku ba'da ra'asai wal muallimina wal muwazzifina wal talabat wa ghairihim wa min baramiji. Bahsut tasawufi al-hassi an kitabi al-qaulus sadiq allazi syaraku fihi wa kitabul qaulus sadiq. Huna allazi alfah Haji Abdurrahman Ambodale. Ad-daura wa tadribiyatul lati syarakubat salat jama'ati wa ta'lim baina salati wal maghribi wal isya. Al-bahsu al-muhtassu fi hifzil Qur'anul Karim. Al-halqatul ilmiyah wallati yusharik wa jami'ul talabat. Askaru hifzil Qur'an allati yusharik wa al-musta'milun. At-tadhiyatu inda ra'asail jami'ah al-muqadirina wa talabati lihazal jami'ah fi idil adha. Hadirin partisipan yang saya hormati, pandemi COVID-19 menjadikan kita sadar betapa manusia mempunyai kekurangan, keterbatasan, dan kelemahan akal. Akal seharusnya mengakui pentingnya hidup berdampingan dengan hati. Di banyak negara, tampaknya akal dan hati berlomba merebut meraih kemenangan. Dalam kasus Indonesia, MUI telah menerbitkan fatwa terkait dengan pandemi, misalnya salat Jumat dipindahkan ke rumah menjadi salat zuhur, salat tarawih berjamaah di masjid dipindahkan ke rumah. Banyak orang yang menolak fatwa MUI itu. Mereka menolak itulah yang mengutamakan hati dan mengabaikan akal. Mereka yang menerima itulah barangkali yang menyeimbangkan akal dan hati. Mereka yang tidak salah itulah yang mengabaikan akal dan hati. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your great presentation, Ms. Dr. Mahsyar M.Ag, the Director of Postgraduate Program, IAIN Parepare. And before that, Honorable Rector, IAIN Parepare, and the faces of Rector of our beloved campus, State Islamic Institute of IAIN Parepare. Then, as moderator, I will highlight some the important point of Pak Mahsyar presentations. The first that I would like to inform you that Lontar is one of the classical Bugis manuscript of Southern Sulawesi Society that Mr. Mahsyar has pointed about the importance values of classical Bugis manuscript, especially Latawa, and the role of Islamic way of life referenced in Quran and Hadith. And the third, he suggests such the integrating point of view of the Western thinker as Italian scholar Machiavelli and the classical prominent scholar of Bugis ethnic presented by Lamelong. He's famous in what is most historical for the classical Bugis ethnics in South Sulawesi, especially mentioned it in classic manuscript of Latoa. The participant, you might ask any question on virtual chat or on YouTube channel. You might write your question on chat. Then I will moderate your question to the presenter after the end of three presenters in the topic of religious education and spirituality worldview relating to COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, so afterward, I will invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Yaumi, M.A. from UIN Alauddin Makassar to present his topic with the title Promoting Spiritual Intelligence in Islamic Education. Welcome speech, Professor Dr. Yaumi. I think stay tuned on Zoom meeting. Okay, you just have only 20 minutes, sir, to presenting your topic. So time is yours. Thank you. Fadal.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Moderator.
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
It's okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, very clear, very clear.
Very clear, okay. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
There are distinguished speakers from all over the world. It's an honor for me to be here to be with you to present about my topic. That's about promoting spiritual intelligence in Islamic higher education. I'm from the Faculty of Education and Teaching Science, and I'm professor in educational technology from Alauddin State Islamic University, Makassar. Now I'm going to show you about, as a matter of fact, we worked together, three of us, Associate Professor Mahsyar and Associate Professor Makueta from Thailand, and we will work together to publish the topic about the spiritual intelligence, but different focus. The focus of my speaking is about spiritual intelligence. Okay, could you please? No, I would like to show by myself, okay?
Please.
Could
please,
I?
Yes,
Can I?
please. Yes.
Okay, please.
Yeah.
Could you allow me to show my PowerPoint, please?
Okay. PowerPoint. Okay.
No. Okay. I would
yeah,
like to show because
yeah. Okay.
it is not in PowerPoint form. Or this one, I mean. Okay, can you see this?
Nyalakan suara.
Hello.
Okay. Yes, already the first.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, currently, universities, college, and all higher education institutions have been impacted significantly by the rapid spread of coronavirus or COVID-19 outbreak, creating uncertainty regarding the implication for higher education. So in my mind, there is an academic cultural shock where teachers and lecturers with low level of technology, pedagogical content knowledge, inadequate facilities and infrastructure, large class size, and lack of leadership support are forced to be fully transformed their learning and teaching from the conventional face-to-face teaching to whole online learning system. Many educators query about the successfulness of instructional goals and objectives. One of them is about the difficulties of creating character values, awareness, personality, or even spirituality without direct touching through face-to-face meeting. The rapid flow of global life in every country without going through the process of adaptation to local values presents a new concern for developing student spiritual intelligence in education. There is a big question in this case. The question is how to promote spiritual intelligence in Islamic higher education. I have 4 questions. The first one is, what does the spiritual intelligence mean? Is there any term of spiritual intelligence? Where does spiritual intelligence come from? How do the spiritual intelligences communicate each other? Why is the spiritual important for higher education system? Is spirituality addressed by the religion or Islamic religion conceptual framework? How is the spiritual or inner capacity given? How is the integration of spirituality into education? And how is the integration of spirituality into the education? Before discussing about this, I'm going to show you about the term that I use right now. I use spirituality, spiritual intelligence, and spiritual values. Spirituality, I mean here, is a broad concept with room for many perspectives. In general, it includes a sense of connection to something bigger than ourselves. And it typically involves a sense of meaning in life. As such, it is a universal human experience, something that touches us all. And the second one is the spirituality is the aspect of humanity that refers to the way individual seeks to express meaning and purpose, and the way they experience the connectedness to the mama, to self, to the others, to the nature, and to the significant or sacred. The spiritual intelligence is concerned with the inner life of mind and spirit and its relationship to being in the world. Spiritual intelligence implies a capacity for a deep understanding of existential questions and insight into multiple levels of consciousness. Spiritual intelligence also implies awareness of spirit as the ground of being or as the creative life force of evolution. So in this case also, I'm going to use the term spiritual values as the human values, such as the values of truth, righteousness, peace, love, and non-violence are found in all major spiritual parts. Okay, I'm going to show you about is there any spiritual intelligence from the perspective of Howard Gardner, for example? Spiritual intelligence is the intelligence that Gardner refers to as half intelligence. It is not a complete of intelligence, according to the Gardner. Howard Gardner could not find a physiological location for spiritual intelligence in the brain. This is because he just paid attention to the brain, not from the heart at the source of the intelligence. So Richard Griffith said that spiritual intelligence is correlated with hemispheric synchronization and whole brain activation. So this one is spiritual intelligence in the middle. In the left brain is IQ, intellectual intelligence, and in the right brain is emotional intelligence. According to Griffiths, spiritual intelligence come into the middle of the brain or the whole brain. The question is the intelligence located in the brain or in the heart? It is the problem. According to the Western perspective or Western culture, the intelligence is located in the brain. But according to the Islamic perspective, spiritual intelligence coming from the heart. Let's talk more about this. Dr. Paul's, there is a book written by Dr. Paul Pearsall. The title of the book is The Heart's Code, Tapping the Wisdom and Power of Our Heart Energy. He confirms that the brain is merely a computer to help us solve problems. It is not the center of our being. The human heart, not the brain, holds the secret that link body, mind, and spirit. A fascinating synthesis of ancient wisdom, modern medicine, and scientific research and personal experience that proves the human heart, not the brain, holds the secret that link body, mind, and spirit. So in this part of thinking, the multiple intelligence or the intelligence, especially spiritual intelligence, comes from the heart, not from the brain. Let's talk about this, how the brain communicate each other with the heart. So according to Bishop, the heart and brain communication in 4 pillars or in 4 ways: through neurologically, biochemically, and energetically, and the one is through pressure waves. And I would like to talk more about how Islam address the communication between heart and the brain. Okay. Essence of heart, actually, we recognize the terms like sudur, qalb, fuad, and lub. As Holy Quran said in Surah Al-Ankabut, verses 49, rather the Quran is distinct verses preserved within the breast, fi sudur, of those who have been given knowledge. Fi suduril ladhi na'utul ilm. So within the breast. The second one is, the second verse is in Holy Quran, Surah Al-Hajj 46. So have they not traveled through the earth and have hearts by which to reason? Fil ardi fatakuna lahum qulubun ya'qiluna biha. Have hearts by which to reason, and ears by which to hear. For indeed, it is not the eyes that are blinded, but blinded are the hearts which are within the breast. The next part of ayah is Surah Al-Isra, or 17th, verses number 36, that say that, and do not pursue that of which you have no knowledge. Indeed, the hearing, the sight, and the heart about all those one will be questioned. وَلَا تَكْفُ مَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِهِ عِلْمٍ إِنَّ السَّمْعَ وَالْأَبْصَارَ وَالْفُؤَادَ كُلُّ أُولَٰئِكَ كَانَ عَنْهُ مَسْئُولًا, will be questioned. And the last part of verses that talk about the qalb, inna fi khalqis samawati wal ard wa ihtilafil layli wan nahari la ayatil li ulil albab. The concept of lub, those of understanding. Okay, from this ayah, we can conclude that there are 4 types of heart. The first one is sudur. The second one is qalb. The third one is fuad. And the last one is lub. So those of this heart can be used to obtain the knowledge. The difference is sadar is a place to store knowledge, while qalb is the source of knowledge. And fuad is the essence of heart, is a source of deep knowledge. Ma'rifatul light. And the last one, the higher level is the lab, broad light, or God's help. There is an intuition knowledge in this place. So the Al-Quran or Islam address the heart in 4 maqam, in 4 terminology. The first one is sadar, qalb, fuad, and lub. So in this case, the essence of spiritual intelligence is the innate potential or the inner capacity constructed from the human effort in learning and obtained from the God's life. The question is, how is the spiritual or the inner capacity given by the God? We can find out from the surah or from the surah As-Sajdah, verses number 9, that say that, then he proportioned him and breathed into him from his created soul and made from you hearing and vision and heart. Little are you grateful. In this verse, soul is the key element to be able to hear, to see, and to feel. While hearing, seeing, and feeling are the senses to obtain knowledge, sciences, and technology. So knowledge, science, and technology is not from the brain. It is from the soul. It is coming from the heart. So we can see the Surah Al-Isra, the verses 85, for example. And they ask you, oh Muhammad, about the soul. Say, the soul is the affair of my Lord. Yas'alunaka anir ruh, qulir ruh min amri rabbi, wa ma utitum minal ilmi illa qalil. So the soul is the affair of my Lord, not the affair of human beings, not the affair of other creatures, but the affairs of Allah, the affairs of Lord. The question is, how does the Lord take care of the soul? You can pay attention to the verses, one of the verses in Holy Quran. We can see is Allah takes the soul at the time of their death. And those that do not die, he takes during their sleep. Then he keeps those for which he has discreet death and releases the others for a specified term. Indeed, in that assigned for people who give thought. This verse indicates that Allah or God controls fully the human being souls. Therefore, the intelligence that based on the brain are very limited, but the soul is borderless, is active, is alive, is positive connotation, not destroyed with the destruction of the body, and will be back to God Almighty, Ilahi Raji'un. This is a very fundamental teaching to understand about the spiritual intelligence. Therefore, in Asura, the verse is number 51, Allah said that, and it is not for any human beings that Allah should speak to him, except by revelation, or from behind partition, or that he sends a messenger to reveal by his permission what he wills. Indeed, he is most high and wise. So in this verse, we can understand it. There is interconnection. There is relationship between the soul that is in our heart and the God. So we can understand that in our body, we need to realize self. The self that I mean here is the soul, is the heart voice, like in Surah Al-Anfal, verse number 2. Innamal mu'minuna alladhina idha dhukirallahu wazilat qulubuhum. Innamal mu'minuna alladhina idha dhukirallah, not mentioned, but it is remembered. If we remember about the name of Allah, or if I remember about Allah, there is a tremble. There is a line in our heart. There is a voice in our heart. So there is interconnection between Allah, God Almighty, and the heart in our body. So we need to realize this self. We need to recognize messenger, especially Muhammad. Like in the Holy Quran, for example, Surah 33, number 56, how the Inna Allah wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi ya ayyuhalladhina amanu sallu alayhi wa sallimu taslima. So there is a conferred blessing from Allah, and he asked us to ask the blessing to Muhammad Rasulullah. So Muhammad as the messenger is very special compared with the other messengers. So we need to recognize messenger, and we need to recognize, or we need to know about the house of worship, and we need to recognize Allah. So there are 4 components we need to stand to get the spirituality, the spiritual intelligence that coming from our heart. We need to realize ourselves. We need to recognize messenger Muhammad. We need need to know about the house of worship, Baitullah, and Kaaba, Qiblah. So it is different between Baitullah, Kaaba. Baitullah is the spiritual or the non-physical, while Kaaba is the science, is the physical. So we need to know about this. And we need to recognize God Almighty and Lord, Ar-Rahman and Rahim. So therefore, according to Aswin Yusuf, suggested that the spiritual intelligence cannot be taught through lectures or teaching at the institution or university, but through realizing self or soul, recognizing messenger, knowing Allah and the house of worship by Allah, as well as remembering and practicing worship. So this is a very typical spiritual intelligence comparing with the Western culture. So how is the integration of spirituality into the education? So here I'm going to see from the dimension of education. There are three parts. The first one is the essential element of human reality. And the second one is the inborn drive to learn. And the last part is inclination to rise above. That means that spiritual intelligence is not realized through the application of certain strategies, rather to rising above what is learned. It is a journey of creating new lives, experiences, skills, attitude, and responses. And the second one is, I would like to see spirituality from the pedagogy. So the spirituality of pedagogy. The main objective is to acknowledge the connection between spirituality and education. Spirituality is very important in education. It can be used for exploring the nature or the diversity, and also eliciting its personal understanding, designing practical implication for its implementation in educational institution. The next is about spirituality in teaching. Spirituality is an inherent issue of education, at least seen from two parts, from the teaching perspective, and the second one from the learning perspective. From the teaching is about creating a learning environment that opens up possibilities for students to acknowledge the spiritual dimension of life. And learning then is a process in which students are involved in discovering themselves in relation to others, their surrounding environment, and to ultimate. So if this part's active, the spiritual intelligence is promoted. The next one is, how is spiritual intelligence promoted in Islamic higher education? It is the last one of my presentation. I can see from the understanding spiritual intelligence level. So there is a research from Yossi Amra. He is from Jews.
Yes.
He researched about spiritual tradition from the perspective of Buddhism, Christianity, Hindu, Islam, Jaivism, non-dual, shamanic, earth, Taoism, and yoga. So according to him, there are 7 levels of spiritual intelligence. The first one is awareness, grace, or ni'mat, meaning, transcendence, truth, peaceful surrender, and inner directedness. So These are the 7 levels of spiritual spiritual level. And we need to understand this to integrate in our teaching and learning process. The second one is from character building training. This is from Uin Alauddin. We do the character building training by using the training, building, and spiritual values. We did indoor and outdoor training, but right now, during the pandemic, we cannot use outdoor. We just use indoor training. So there are 4 parts of character building training or spiritual values that we address. The first part is self relation to the personality, to the ourselves, or interpersonal. And the second one is self relation to others. And the third one is self relation to environment. And the last one is the self relation to God Almighty. So if we train the students to understand about the relationship between self and personality, this one is the spiritual values. And then self relation to the others. The students can be tolerant, can be democratic, can be respect, can be communicative, and can create togetherness among them. So those are the model of character building training conducted in Alauddin State Islamic Universities. The last one is, I would like to take from the perspective of educational technology, written by Walter Mackenzie. He is writing about multiple intelligence and instructional technology, and suggested if we want to build or if we want to develop the spiritual intelligence into the classroom setting or online class, we need to understand about this type of technology. The first one is movement, like practiced by Buddhists. There is music and movement. So the combination of music and movement, the Buddhists can understand and can reflect themselves. So we can use also virtual communication, such as WH group, to discuss about the spirituality, blogs, online discussion board, and we can use this kind of technology to talk about the spiritual values. The next one is the simulation game, online workshop, or web seminar, like what we are doing right now. And the next one is learning management system, like Moodle, Blackboard, Google Classroom, Schoology, Latitude Learning, .learn, etc. So we can use also video conference like Zoom, like Skype, like Cisco WebEx, like Google Meet, GoToMeeting, Jitsi, etc. And the last one, we can use also the technology for understanding the grammatical errors in our writing, for example, like Mendeley software, for example, and Grammarly, Mendeley software to organize the quotation, like the speaker said yesterday. And also we can use Turnitin and Grammarly to educate the sincerity of the students. We can understand about how many plagiarism. So the plagiarism done by the students. We can use also to correct the students' grammar errors by using the software of Grammarly. This is the suggestion of Mackenzie in his book about multiple intelligence and instructional technology. I think the conclusion is spiritual intelligence is the innate potential or inner capacity constructed from the human effort in learning and obtained from the God's help. Spiritual intelligence is whole brain based according to the Western culture and God's given or heart or soul from the Islamic perspective. Allah communicates with the soul by revelation from behind a partition and sending a messenger, while the soul communicates by various types of worship. Soul is the key elements of hearing, sight, and feeling to obtain the knowledge, science, and technology, which are processed and stored in the brain. Spirituality is very important in higher education to be able to use heart, sudur, qalb, fuad, and lub properly to obtain knowledge. So understanding or to recognize the relationship between soul and brain in terms of creating science and technology, to fully understand the interconnection among the soul and the God, his house, Baitullah, and his messenger in students' academic lives. The integration of spiritual intelligence into education by creating spiritual educational dimension, constructing it into pedagogical framework, and integrating into the teaching and learning activities. The integration of spiritual into the education is to develop spiritual intelligence through comprehensively understanding its level, character building training, and technology application in online learning class. I think that's all my presentation. And wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Interesting conceptual framework. There are some important and of course new knowledge shared by the presenters, such spiritual intelligence regarding to the inner life of mind, spirit, relationship. That's a difference with different from spiritual values one, that regarding values of trust, peace, and love. And that is interesting. You mentioned on your slide the interesting book from Paracels that a long time I searched this book, The Heart Spot, Typing the Wisdom and the Power of Our Heart Energy. Thank you very much, sir. You mentioned this book. So, of course, we limit time to share the presentation or to explore more at the explanation of Professor Yaumi from Makassar. So, some comment or any question from the participant, I would like read and moderate to the presenters. And there is the question from Sudan. The question for the first presenter, Mr. Dr. Mahsyar Idris, but let me read it in Arabic. Okay, بكل سرور من فضلك المشترك من السودان أحمد ضياء الحق. يسرني أن أقرأ كلمات صغيرة في شات بأنك تقول كما علمنا لقبيلة البوغيز لها خصائص في الثقافة والاعتقاد. ولماذا لما وصل الإسلام في قبيلة بوغيز في جزيرة سلويسي يقابله ويتوحد مع الإسلام بخلاف لما وصل الغربيون في البوغيز كأنه ضد له من كل الاتجاهات؟ هذا السؤال يفوض إلى الباحث الأول الدكتور محشر إدريس. جزاكم الله خيرا وبارك الله فيكم. فليتفضل مشكورا أستاذنا الفاضل محشر إدريس لكلمات التي سألها أخونا من السودان. الوقت إياه. Yes, Pak Mahsyar. Oke, silahkan Pak di komentar pertanyaan tadi. Karena berhubung the presenter from Thailand, maybe I ask the help from Professor Yaumi. So the first, استفادا للوقت أقدم السؤال إلى أستاذنا محشر إدريس ليعطي a comment for the questions. In waiting for the next presenter from Thailand, Dr. Makueta Haywaesorhoh, the Vice Rector of Islamic University, Sheikh Daud Al-Fatani. Maybe Mr. Mahsyar will give firstly the comment. Time is yours. Excuse me, Pak Mahsyar, do you hear my voice, my sound? Okay, some trouble maybe. Prof. Yaumi, do you make sure Ms. Makueta from Thailand have stay tuned on Zoom meeting to present?
I think he is already in Zoom meeting.
Yes,
Don't
but
have any PowerPoint presentation because there is a problem with his laptop.
okay, so could he present with just with voice, with the sound? Excuse me, Prof.
You can invite him. Invite
Okay.
him.
Excuse me, Mr. Keita Wisura, the Vice Rector of Islamic University, Sheikh Daud Al-Fatani, Thailand. Do you hear my sound? Dr. Muhtar? The host,
Makueta.
Makueta. Okay. The limitation of time, Dr. Associate Professor Mahsyar, maybe. Okay. Yeah. I has asked on chat for time ago. Sorry, participants. Yes.
Mr. Anibari, I saw some participants raise their hand. Maybe they want to give a statement or a question. Do you see?
Okay. This. Okay, I will ask the staff to the raise hand. Excuse me for the troubles. Yep. Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Harmail. That
Ini panggil sudah ada dia.
okay.
Sudah ada. Saya sekarang dah ada.
Ini.
Who is okay? Who is the name in Zoom meeting?
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome. Dr. Makueta, are you ready to present your topic? Hello. Hello, Mr. Makueta.
Probably in Malay language.
Oh,
Malay, use
language.
Malay language.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Halo, Pak Makueta sudah siap? If you ready, get ready. You might say salam and open your continue your presentation. Pak Makueta dari Thailand, kalau sudah di Zoom meeting mungkin bisa menyapa, kemudian melanjutkan presentasinya. Oke. Halo, Dr. Makueta. Yep, in waiting for Mr. Makueta, I will read such some question written on chat. There is a special and a person, Abdul Hafid Paronda. You are welcome to the international conference. He asked some question regarding to Mr. Yaumi. I think Mr. Yaumi has seen on the figure on the chart. He asked two questions to Mr. Yaumi. Excuse me, Mr. Yaumi. That Abdul Hafid Paronda asked the Islamic perspective about spiritual intelligence based on Al-Quran, not so easy to receive by Western perspective. Expect the construct of the bridging by the philosophical approach, especially within relation between Aql and revelation. I hope your explanation, please explain more, I think. And the second question, excuse me, sir. Okay, I will read the second question for Mr. Mahsyar. Apa kelebihan unik orang-orang Bugis yang bisa mengalami pencerahan hati secara Islami walaupun pendidikan formalnya masih rendah? Thank you for this great question from Abdul Hafid Paronda. Okay, you may give comment for these questions. The first time I will give to Professor Yaumi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderators.
Yep.
I'm going to answer the questions from Pak Hafid, okay?
Okay.
Pak Hafid, not only the Western people are difficult to understand this concept, the Muslims as well. But I would like to recommend you to open one of the verses in Holy Quran, Surah As-Surah, the verses number 51 until 52. So the verses number 51 said that وَمَا كَانَ لِبَشَرٍ أَيُّكَلِّمُهُ إِلَّا وَحْيًا أَوْ مِنْ وَرَاءِ حِجَابٍ أَوْ يُرْسِلَ رَسُولًا. So, to understand about how the God or how Allah communicate with the soul is from the wahyan. It is from the revelation. So, and then from behind a partition, min wara'i hijabin. So Allah control the hijab. So if you open the hijab, you can see the revelation or the essence of the soul. Or the last one is Aw Yursila Rasulah. So by he sends a messenger. So not only the messenger from the Prophet, the messenger from the Muslim, for example. If the hijab is open for you, you can learn and you can understand and you can be mandated by the God. You can be delegated by the God to explain about the message of Holy Quran. So it is the role model of soul, of spirituality or spiritual intelligence in our heart. Therefore, we need to clean our heart, avoid the disease in our heart. If there is a disease, the heart cannot interconnect with the God, because fi qulubihim maradun fazadahumullahu maradun. So the one that can bring or bridge between the human beings or the soul in this case and the God, you have to clean the heart. You can clean your sudur. You can clean your qalb. You can clean your fu'ad. You can clean your lub, so that this is the essence of spiritual intelligence. That's my question. That's my answer, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your great explanation, sir. So I will give the time to the next presenter to respond the question. As the first question asking about the Bugis as presented by Pak Mahsyar, I think he has catched the question. Tafadhal Ustaz, mungkin an tulqiya jawaban li as'ilati ikhwan min Sudan. Tafadhal maskura.
Terima kasih. Iza yastati'ul Islam al-Arabi regular Indonesia. Ya, terima kasih atas perhatian dan pertanyaannya. Pertanyaan yang sangat menarik. 5. Saya stati al-Islam al-Arabi dari Indonesia. Khasa. Kenapa ketika orang Islam, orang Arab datang di Indonesia, khususnya datang masuk ke tanah Bugis, lalu orang Bugis atau katakanlah bangsa Bugis mudah berasosiasi, mudah terjadi berterima, saling menerima antara orang Bugis dan orang Islam yang datang, yang tidak sama posisinya ketika dibandingkan bangsa Barat masuk ke tanah Bugis. Yang terjadi ialah perlawanan, konfrontasi, tapi terhadap budaya Islam malah terjadi akulturasi. Saya kira annal Araba ja'u bidinil Islamil Hanif, karena orang Arab dia datang dengan agama Islam yang dianut, wa huwa rahmatul lil alamin, ia membawa rahmat bagi alam semesta. Wal Islamu ja'ah itqalihi as-salama wa yu'allimun nasa bit-ta'awuni wat-tasam wal ikram ba'dan bi ba'din. Islam datang itu membawa kedamaian, mengajarkan saling tolong-menolong, toleransi, dan yang lebih penting wal ikram ba'dan bi ba'din, saling menghargai, saling menghormati antara satu yang lain. Wa kadzalika aidan anna hadaratul qadilatul Bugis wa mubadi'aha tunasibu li ta'alimil Islam walaha mabda'un ta'awuni wa tasam wa ikramun nas walaha ibaratun khassah. Masal orang Bugis boleh dia menganut prinsip si pakatau, si pakalebih, dan si pakainya. Seperti tadi saya jelaskan dalam tagline, iain pare-pare malebi war kadana makiade ampena. Partisipan yang saya hormati, pada prinsipnya manusia itu adalah makhluk yang mulia, sama semua kemuliaannya, sebagaimana ditegaskan di dalam Al-Quran, walaqad karramna bani Adam, bahwa manusia itu pada dasarnya, pada tabiatnya adalah makhluk yang dimuliakan. Itulah sebabnya kebutuhan dasar atau kebutuhan mendasar manusia ialah butuh dihargai, butuh dihormati. Orang Bugis adalah budayanya menghargai strata sosial yang disebut toaca atau pandrita, itu masuk kategori al-mukarram. Jadi orang pintar, ulama dalam pandangan orang Bugis, orang disebut al-mukarram, yang dimuliakan. Nah, prinsip inilah yang punya kesamaan budaya antara orang Arab dan budaya orang Bugis, dan ini yang kita sebut akulturasi, tradisi yang tumbuh di bumi, lalu turun wahyu dari langit mengajarkan tentang kemuliaan manusia dan perlunya saling menghargai dan menghormati. Nah, itu terjadi akulturasi. Dan ini yang perlu kita kembangkan setiap saat, bahwa setiap orang butuh dihargai, setiap orang butuh dihormati. Kalau prinsip ini dipegang, prinsip ini dijalankan, maka pasti mudah kita berkomunikasi, bergaul di mana saja kita berada. Semua bangsa, saya kira demikian. Saya kira itu jawaban saya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ashkurukum jazilan ala al-kalimat wal jawab min Ustadzina Dr. Mahsyar Idris M.Ag. لأخبركم من السائل من السودان بأن النقطة الجوهرية لنا في قبيلة بوغيس بأننا لنا من المساواة الثمينة بيننا وبين الإسلام وبالخصوص الذين جاءوا بالداعي من بلدان من العرب وإما من Sri Datu ya من ثلاثة الإمام في بلاد بوغيس لذا الإسلام يدخل سهلا ويقابل مع البوغيسيين في جزيرة سولويسي سهلا والشيء الثاني لأن الدعوة الإسلام في بلاد بوغيس تبدأ من رئيس أو من ملك أو من السلطان فسيكون الدعوة يليها متساهل ويكون المجتمع عندئذ يقبلون الإسلام سهلا وبكل سرور. هذا مما ممكن أن نبين لكم بأخينا من السودان. جزاكم الله خير مشاركتكم. Ladies and gentlemen, I think for the first session I has moderated with you all, but I missed some question written on chat. Maybe Prof. Dr. Yaumi and Associate Professor Dr. Mahsyar will read the question and you will respond on chat. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second session, I am gladly to invite my excellent moderator partner, I think, Mrs. Dr. Sulfa M.Pd, with producer, to inform you all that my partner for the session, actually she is a fresh graduate. She has just finished her doctoral on English education program in one excellent university at South Sulawesi State University of Makassar, Indonesia. So welcome Bu Sulfa, please join us. Assalamualaikum. Apa kabar Bu? Masalah. Ya, silakan. Oke, tentunya sehat. Hopefully you are impressed and excellent performance. I think thank you for your joining. Please moderate for the second session. You're welcome and thank you for the presenters, excellent presenter and participant. Syukran ala musyarakatikum fi hadhihi nadwa lil yawm as-sani. Natamanna liqa fi anin ghairi ba'id wa fi anin an-nadawat al-ilmiyah fil afiyah. Ashkurukum jazilan wa yalihi ufawwidul waqt ila ukhti al-jamila Ustazah Dr. Sulfa M.Pd, falyatafaddal mashkura.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bapak Basri.
Yep. Yep.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon from Parepare, Sulawesi, Indonesia. Welcome to the second session of the Virtual International Conference conducted by Postgraduate Program of State Islamic Institute of Parepare with conference theme post-pandemic, the reconstruction for future education. In this session, we have three keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is Dr. Abdelkader Makhlouf from University of S.Ag, Algeria. And the second keynote speaker is CRIS ZITA MAED SMIEdr from Dr. Juan A. Pastor Memorial National High School, Department of Education, Batangas, Province, Philippines. And the third keynote speaker is Dr. Mutmainnah S.Pd. M.Pd from Al-Azhariah University, Mandar, West Sulawesi, Indonesia. Before coming into material presentations, I would like to inform to our keynote speakers that every keynote speaker have 25 minutes. And the time cover material presentation and also answering questions from the participants. Okay, well, to make a time efficient, I would like to invite the first keynote speaker, Dr. Abdelkader Makhlouf, to present the material entitled Reinforcing Critical Reading Skills Through Connections. Now, the microphone belongs to Dr. Abdelkader Makhlouf. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Right. Oh,
So can you hear me?
you must be sit here. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so
Go
you're
ahead.
going to help me in handling the the slides, since I have a technical problem in my laptop. I'm using the cell phone. You're just going to help me in moving on the slides from one to another. Okay. Yes. So you can display my presentation now, maybe. Can you?
Baik. Slide-nya kemarin, Kak.
Yeah, can you show your screen?
Sudah saya kirimkan, Kak.
Yes, okay.
Because I told you in advance that I have a problem in my laptop, so you can show the slides, the presentation, and I will ask you just Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Well, this is me, Dr. Abdulkarem Makhlouf from Algeria, and I'm very excited today to participate in this virtual international conference on post-pandemic reconstruction for future education, organized by State Islamic Institute of Prepare Indonesia. My thanks also go to the conference organizing committee, my colleagues who are participating, and special thanks also go to Dr. Andy and Dr. Mutmainnah from Indonesia. My thanks also go to Mrs. Evangela from Greece. Well, my presentation, as you see, is entitled Reinforcing Critical Reading Skills Through Connection. Now, we might begin by calling the essential reading a literary text is not about entertaining oneself, and no more. That we should admit that, yes, it's very important to have that sense of entertaining, but more than that, it's about asking questions and getting answers and understanding the real meaning behind the text through critical reading skills that can be reinforced by connection. And in here, the term connection is very important and central within my presentation, because it means that connecting oneself as a human being and a reader to the text using our knowledge of the word, background, and past experiences. And in fact, my idea in this work is just to help the readers, university students in particular, to meet the demands of reading literary texts in a more comprehensive and deep way, so that to get the most important idea in the text. And this is basically through higher order thinking skills. We have interpreting, inferring, drawing conclusions, and analyzing, evaluating, and synthesizing. Okay, so before this slide, yes, before this slide, just please show the second one, the second slide. Before this one, please. No, before.
Slide sebelumnya.
No, before, yes, please.
Sebelumnya.
Yes, this one. So in here.
Tadi yang tadi.
Yeah, the second one, please.
Yeah.
Yes, this one. So in here, it's very important to highlight the fact that the reader has a great and major role in creating the text, as you see in the left, the one who is trying just to dig out deeply inside the book, and in a sense that the reader takes or creates the text as much as the author does. And it's very important to dig out deeply inside the text, trying to answer the big question, which is in the right side, the big question: what is in it for me? In other way, what is my purpose of reading? Or also, in other words, the focus, before, still within the second slide, please. Yes. In other words, the focus will be on the interaction that takes place between the reader and the text. And in this third slide, this would lead us to ask the question, how can I achieve my purpose of reading? The next one, please. The next slide.
Next.
Yes, thank you. And this, this would also lead us to put much attention to reading skills. So if we want to answer the previous question, it's more about reading our text critically. So the other slide, please, the next one.
Next.
Yes, next.
Next.
Yes, thank you. So as you see, before.
Sebelumnya.
Yes, this one, yes. Yeah. This implies to know that intimate relationship between two terms, critical thinking. We have two, critical and thinking. As you see, thinking is any sort of mental activity. And we have the original term, critical, which derives from the word cranian, which means to separate, to choose, and it implies conscious, deliberate inquiry. And in fact, this implies what sometimes, if we want to explain, it's important to think more deeply about what you have read so that you get the most out of what the author says. And this is basically through drawing intelligent conclusions and having a skeptical attitudes, okay? So you can move to the other one, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next.
Next, please.
Next.
Yeah, no. Yeah, this one. So why critical thinking skills? Exactly. So critical thinking skills will help us to go beyond what the words say and get at the important messages of our reading. So maybe it's better to move to the next slide.
Yeah, move there. Next.
Yeah. So exactly. So in addition, it's very important now to have an idea about the word connecting. Yes. We do mean by now before, please. Connecting is finding the links between things you read about and your own knowledge and experience, as we mentioned before this slide, please. Yes.
Sebelumnya lagi, sebelum.
Before.
Slide sebelumnya.
Yes, this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we concentrate,
Sebelumnya.
Concentrate deeply on this slide, we would define that connection is finding the links between things you read about and your own knowledge and experience. Why? Because first, you can connect yourself to the experiences described in a text. Second, you can connect to the characters you read about in the novel or a given literary text. And third, you can connect to the ideas in a text. You can move, please.
Next.
Yeah. After, yeah, move on, please. Move on. The next one.
Next.
Next, yes. Okay, so why not trying just to understand? No, before, please. Trying just to understand the concept of connection. Of connection in literary text. So we have that example, please, before. Yes.
Yeah, ini.
No, the slide with the cartoon, yes, please. After that,
next.
Please. Yeah. The next, yes, this one. So we have in that particular slide, two students, a boy and a girl. The boy, he's kind of, not interested to read about the assignment assigned by the teacher. They were both of them. They were asked to read a given novel. So he simply said, "Why not checking the internet so that to understand, the assignment and to answer the teacher's question?" But as we see, maybe the girl, she is more interested to have her own technique to read the book. Okay, so we have that girl, Claire. She enjoys reading the book because she can connect herself with the novel, and she has her own experiences in the woods, in the forests. So she copied the same experience, the same experience of the author himself, and she tried just to join the forest so that she can inject her personality in the novel. Okay, so the next one, please. The next. Yes. Okay, so why is it important? Connection is very important because it helps us to ask the following questions. Do I know anyone who acts or feels like these characters? Second, am I familiar with these? Do I agree or disagree with them? And finally, what experiences from life or books are like the ones in this text? Yes, you can move, please. Next. Yes. Well, this is a practical, let's say, method that we did in the classroom, not this year, but before this year. And in this status, I would like just to greet my friend Tracy Hanser. She is an American developer of the matrix of the learner. We could apply the connection, trying just to ask the questions, the students to read a given novel that's of the Dickens, Charles Dickens, that's about the Scrooge, which is very, very famous. We asked the student just to read two parts because the novel is very, very long, so that they were able to read the first part and the last part. we have, for example, the first part. As at the start of the story, Scrooge is described as, oh, but he was a tight fist and greenstone. Scrooge is squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scrapping, clutching, covetous old sinner, hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire. Okay, so the first part is somehow long. Then the second part, after the visit from the three spirits who show him the past and present and what his future was, he says, "Spirit," he cried tight, clutching at its rope, "hear me, I'm not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been but for this intercourse. Why show me this, if I am past all hope?" For the first time, the hand appeared to shake. "Good spirit," he pursued, as down upon the ground he fell before it. "Your nature intercedes for me and pities me. Assure me that I yet may change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life." Well, as you may have noticed, this was, as we said, two parts of a novel. These students, they were just asked to, to read those parts and trying to answer two questions. Yes, you can move to the next slide, please. Yes. Yes. The next, yes, very good. So as you see, we ask the students to answer these questions, trying to connect themselves and their experiences to the text, to the assignment. And we gave them that question: why Scrooge had to be taken to his past to be able to understand better his present and future. And we believe that it's better to give them another question, like, how does our past influence our future? Trying just to connect them to the text and given much about their experiences. Thank you. Yes. Well, in this slide, we try just to just to combine connection with different key reading critical thinking skills. As we said, there are interpreting, inferring, drawing conclusions, analyzing, evaluating, synthesizing. So we believe that these critical thinking skills can be reinforced by connection. Yes, please, you can move. Yeah. Yeah, this one, please. So if we want to define interpreting, as you see here, it's more than just understanding. It's not limited to understanding, but it's more than that. And it's asking yourself, what's the writer really saying here? So this was the first one. And then using what you know about the word to help answer that question. No, before. Yes. And when you interpret as you read, you come to a much better understanding of the work. Yeah, this was the first critical thinking skill. The next one, please. Yes, inferring. This is a second one. And this process, no, before, please. This process, yeah, before, yeah, this one. This process of inferring happens because writers don't always directly state what they want you to understand. They don't give you direct statements. They want you to get the let's say the real message. So by providing clues and interesting details, they suggest certain information. And whenever you combine those clues with your own background and knowledge, you are making an inference. Okay. The next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So the third one, which is drawing conclusions. So as you see, yes, just it's not that clear for me. So drawing conclusions helps the reader find connection between ideas and events and helps him have a better understanding of what he is reading. Because as we know that skillful readers are always drawing conclusions of first figuring out much more than an author says directly, and the process is like a detective solving a mystery. You combine information and evidence that the author provides to come up with a statement about the topic, a character, or about anything else in the world. The next one, please. Yes, please. The next one. Yeah. So another critical thinking skill, which is analyzing. Yes. So when you analyze, okay, you start looking at separate parts of something to understand the entire piece. You have one entire piece and you try to analyze because you start looking at separate parts of something just to understand the whole picture. So which is a way to think critically about the written work. So in analyzing a fiction, for example, the first one, as you see, for example, you might look at the characters, values, events in the plot, and the author's style to figure out the story theme. In the second one, if you want to analyze a persuasive nonfiction work, just within the same slide before, please, before. Yeah, this one. So when analyzing a persuasive nonfiction, you might look at the writer's reason to see if they actually support the main point of the argument. And when you try just to analyze informational text, okay, for example, a given text that is full of information, like a text that is in the internet, okay, you might look at how the ideas are organized to see what's most important. Yeah, the next one, please, the next slide. Yeah, thank you. So this is evaluating. So this, evaluation happens when you form an opinion or make a judgment about something you are reading. So for example, if you are reading an informational text or something like, as we said, something like found in the internet, it is important to evaluate how qualified the author is to write about the topic and how reliable the information that is presented in. You start asking questions like whether the author seems biased, subjective, or whether the information is one-sided, or maybe even whether the argument presented is logical or not logical. So if you are reading fiction, you start evaluating the author's style or ask questions such as, is this character interesting or dull? Are the events in the plot believable or realistic? Does the author's message make sense or not? Yeah, this was about evaluation. You can move, please, the next one and the final one. Yes, please. Now, this is very important. Synthesizing, we mean by synthesizing the way you try to combine ideas, maybe even from different sources, which is different from analyzing, because here in synthesizing, you try just to combine different elements, ingredients, components from different sources and joining them together just to come up with something new. Okay, so this is the highest one. It's more than analyzing, it's more than evaluation, it's more, so it is synthesizing. And many readers, they enjoy taking ideas from their reading and combining them with what they already know to come up with a new understanding. For example, you might read a literary work. Second, combine what you know about the purpose of the literary work based on a new way of combining and presenting information. And finally, I would like just to to come with another question. The final slide, please. Yeah, the final. My big question, as we started earlier in the very beginning of my presentation, I would like just to end up my presentation with another big question that I believe would fit the purpose of my presentation. Shall we teach our students to read literary text critically more than before? And thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Dr. Abdelkader Makhlouf, for your nice presentation. I think this material very interesting and useful, especially for reading teachers, because we know that our students, some students have a low motivation in learning reading skills, and I think these materials can be used to improve our students' interest and also students' motivations in learning reading comprehension skills. Now, Dr. Abdelkader Makhlouf, I think there is one question for you related to the critical thinking. Can we how to use the this critical thinking method to teach in all level, for example, elementary level, or the junior or senior high school students? Yes.
Yeah, very important. You know, though I mentioned very earlier that the purpose of my presentation was designed for university students. And we do suppose that university students, they are, let's say, predisposed with higher mental thinking skills, but we can also train kids using these techniques, but using kind of simple, you know, simple literary works that fit their age and learning styles. Using maybe from this status, I would like just to mention that I'm joining Tracy, my friend. She is the developer of the matrix of the learner, and we are doing kind of, sharing our literary works with different targets like kids, adults, different ages, and we are trying just to bring the most out of their way of thinking, just to invite the readers, whatever the age are, even kids, we can help them to develop their way of thinking, bringing them with the literary text and using those techniques. I do believe that it's certainly and confidently I can say that we can apply it for kids. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, very interesting, sir. I think I will try to implement this critical thinking method in my classroom to improve my students' motivation and also students' reading ability.
If you permit, please. You know, the assignment that I mentioned in my presentation, while giving my students that particular novel of the Charles Dickens Scrooge, we were able just to invite them to show their way of thinking, bringing their experiences that are related to their own lives, and just to project their experiences to that particular novel. And fortunately, very likely, we could have very rich materials from different students, and they were very happy, just to show each other's works, because they were able to write a given short, let's say, essay, and they were very happy since they worked together and they show each other's works. So it's not only having that individual personal aim, but it's collective. You can imagine. Yeah, this was my.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Abdelkader. This is a very nice material, but we have a limited time. I think we will move to the next keynote speaker. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dr. Abdelkader, for the nice presentation. Yeah. Now we will move to the second keynote speaker. He is CRIS ZITA, M.Aed, SMIEdr from Dr. Juan A. Pastor Memorial National High School, Department of Education, Batangas Province, Philippines. And he will present the material entitled Leading Technology Innovations. Hello, Mr. Chris, are you in line? Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Chris ZITA, M.Ag, from Philippines. And now I invite Mr. Chris ZITA to present the material entitled Leading Technology Innovation. And now the microphone belongs to you, please.
Can the host
Hello?
make me, I cannot share.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can I request the host to please allow me to?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is it visible now? Okay. So my topic is about ICT, leading technology innovations. I hope you will be able to at least have simple ideas on how ICT will be able to at least help us educators, the teachers, especially this pandemic time and after pandemic, because I think this crisis will not be as easy. The rain will stop instantly. So, okay. So again, it's ICT leading technology innovations. So again, I'm from the Philippines, yours truly. Okay, so the use of technology in education is likewise guided by standards, just like any other activities. So to develop among learners the skills that they need to possess. Okay, so especially for the 21st century learners, for them to be able to serve not only themselves, but the world. So this is where the International Society of Technology in Education comes in. So this is a non-profit organization that promotes the use of technology to support and enhance teaching and learning. Okay. So What are the standards that I'm talking about? First, let's have the standards for administrators. Okay, so the administrators or the leaders or school leaders must be visionary leader or should have a visionary leadership. They should vision or they should see to it that there is a project or a program and seeing what will the future of the school will be. So there should be, or they should be also digital aids learning culture, or there is digital aids learning culture in the administration. Because if we will not improve or if we will not embrace digital aids, how can we be able to say that we are part of the 21st century? Next is excellence in professional practice. How can we excel? How can we improve? Or how can we develop our teachers and learners to be as good citizens or professionals of our country if we will not have excellence in professional practice? The next, systematic improvement. So there should be programs, projects, and activities that must focus on the use of ICT. For teachers, of course, they should facilitate and inspire student learning and creativity. They should not only be teachers of using ICT as a form of instructional aid in teaching different lessons. They should inspire student learning to continue their learning and to crave for more. And at the same time, there should be creativity, especially in projects that the students will be going to or doing. Then design and develop digital aids learning experiences and assessment. So nowadays, digital aids is present everywhere, in every four corners of the classroom. So we must teach our learners or our students on how to use this and make their learning experiences meaningful. Next, model digital aids work and learning. We should be the role model on how we use digital aids or modern technology in teaching and learning process. Fourth, we have promote and model digital citizenship and responsibility. What we post in the internet or in different social websites focuses or shows who we are. So we should be responsible enough in what we are posting or putting up on the website or uploading in different social media platforms. Then fifth, engage in professional growth and leadership. So we should not stop learning as teachers or as educators. We must undergo professional growth, and not only professional growth, but also leadership. For all we know, we teachers are also leaders because we need students, we need future leaders. So we should be good leaders to our students. How about the standards for students? Okay, they should promote creativity and innovation also. Students nowadays are capable of being creative and innovating in different works or in different forms of activities and programs. Communication and collaboration. Through the use of ICT or digital aids or digital communications, we can be able to collaborate and communicate with other students from other countries so that their horizons will be broadened, their perspective will be broadened, and then likewise they can exchange ideas which can be used positively in different ways. Research and information fluency. Research is part of everyday activity, especially for learners. So they must know how to use the research engines or the websites and be able to at least get information which are really relevant and which we can say are right or which are not fake. There should be also critical thinking, problem solving, and decision making in them. So we should provide them, or they should also do activities that improves their critical thinking and use their problem solving abilities, and likewise be able to decide on their own. Digital citizenship. Students are not only learners, they should be also called as digital citizens because nowadays every individual or every student, every learner, every youth or as a teenager has their own gadgets that are being used in forms in using in different forms, especially with socializing. So they should be also what we call as an effective citizens. They should show to the world that they are not just merely students or merely youth that are just using these digital gadgets, but likewise they're using this for, there should also be technology operations and concepts so that they will be able to at least apply this in the future activities, or maybe apply this in their courses in the future. So it appears that major changes in the ways in which teachers and learners view and practice teaching and learning may result from the shift to using ICT, or the information and communications technology. Many futurists view technology and education as symbiotic relationship, meaning I learn from you and you learn from me also, or vice versa. So according to Scott Reed, Graham White, Katie Pelix, Leila Henderson, James Grills, which are just a few authors who envision an evolution in the parasitic partnership between technology and education today. That is the promise of a synergistic bond between ICT and curriculum in the future. Meaning ICT will be part of every curriculum so that all of us will be able to at least engage in different activities that could help us. How about the role of teachers in the future? So some teachers made the point that they thought that the main role of the teacher was in helping students to learn, and that was not going to change, but how that objective is accomplished would change. So that is also according to Reed. Next is that teachers see their role evolving around character building and teaching morals and ethics to students who are spending time in front of a computer. One particular teacher warned educators that schools were going to be the only institution where youths would learn manners, values, and ethics. But in reality, even though through the internet or through the use of ICT, we can impart this character building activities and teaching morals and ethics to them. So the tech generation who is graduating, of course, will be able to at least gain knowledge. Okay, so we will acquire powerful decision-making positions in approximately 7 years. So the tech gen, of course, will be the future generation. The creation of a virtual school where students would not come to a brick and mortar facility, but rather log on to connect with teachers and other students. Teachers who are experts in certain fields can also offer specific disciplines over the internet to numerous students in the various countries. So this is what is really happening now through the virtual classroom that we are calling. Okay, some teachers believe that software programs like PowerPoint and other presentation programs will have a profound effect on student assignments and homeworks projects, but still it depends on how, on what kind of material the teacher uses. One particular teacher wants students to take on more responsibility concerning learning. Educators would become less like a teacher and more like a facilitator. Okay, so to continue with, so the traditional physical structure of the classroom will be reorganized. So we will not have the desk and chalkboard at the front of the class. They will be totally removed. So the new classroom setup will resemble a library where students have the freedom to openly and independently search for knowledge through access to technology or different medias. Okay, let's now go on to the innovations that I'm talking about in terms of curriculum and teaching. So if you are teaching trigonometry, we can have, or this can be useful, we have Trigonometry Challenge by S.Ag, which you can find in this website. Okay, Laws of Motion by Physics Classroom. Okay, for those who are looking for topics about laws of motion, those who are looking for on how to teach Constitution, especially for kids, you can find it here in this specific website. Next, we have some software, so like whiteboard activity software. Okay, so for notebook, you can have www.smarttech.com to help you. And then for Active Studio or Active Inspire for use with Prometheus board, you can have it here on this website. Okay. For test and rubric generator, so that we will not be having hard time in preparing test items and rubrics, we can have it for exam. We have exam due learning, or for test, we have test creator. Then we have Wondershare quiz creator, and we also have easy test maker. All of these are available in their respective websites, where you can just click and then try to browse and get something which can help you on how to deal with exam construction. Next, we have for rubrics. We have Rubistar, Rubric Builder, Rubric Maker. Okay, so the following websites are also provided so that you can at least have a browse or have a visit in their site and be able to at least have knowledge or information or on how you can use that rubrics. For the e-learning platforms, of course, we are all aware of the different e-learning platforms, but these are the most commonly used platforms that we use nowadays. Okay, so for Google Classroom, which is widely used, we can use the Google Meet for, of course, video presentations or for online meeting. And then for the different activities, we have the Google Classroom. Next, followed by the Zoom, which is also a social media platform, which is being used, of course, in other forms of communication. The new one or the recent one, we have the FB Messenger rooms. Okay. Then we have also the Skype, which can be used as a form of a classroom nowadays. And of course, for those big schools which are looking for their specific needs, we have the Learning Management System, or the LMS, which provide a tailor-made learning management system for a specific school or for a specific need of particular school. Okay, I hope those things are of help. Okay, based on my simple presentation. Again, thank you for listening. Terima kasih. This is your presenter from the Philippines, Mr. Chris ZITA. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chris ZITA from Philippines. Is a very useful material, especially for students who is doing online learning in pandemic COVID-19. And you have given us many links about technology innovation in learning. And relate to the material about leading technology innovations, you know that before pandemic COVID-19, most of our learning conducted inside classroom, but now in pandemic COVID-19, most of our learning was conducted through online learning. But there are some teachers, students, and parents get difficulty to use technology because of some problems related to technical problem and also pedagogical problems. For example, network and then the media, and of course it affects the teacher and students physically and mentally. Can you give a comment about this problem related to the technology innovations?
Yes, I know that all of us are having problems on how to embrace technology or innovations that we have nowadays. But then we need to study or embrace it step by step so that we will be able to at least have an idea on how beautiful or how useful technology is, especially this pandemic time. We all know that we cannot go to the regular four corners of the classroom or the mortar and brick classroom that we had. So technology will help us to understand or to continue our learning or yearning for learning or for different innovations or for ideas. Maybe it should start from our leaders down to our teachers and then down to the students. It's not a one-click idea that everything will be fine. Everyone will be able to at least have a perspective of their own that technology must be embraced, innovations must be incorporated in our studies or in our day-to-day teaching and learning process, so that we as educators or providers of the knowledge will be able to at least impart a more brilliant and a more positive attitude for our students, not only in terms of technology use, but of course, we should also imbibe the morals or the ethics in them using the technology.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. CRIS ZITA. Is a very wise comment, and thank you very much for your nice presentations. And now we will move into the third keynote speaker, Ibu Dr. Mutmainnah S.Pd.I, M.Pd, from Algeria University, Mandar West, Sulawesi, Indonesia. She will present the material with the title Next Normal Scenario on Education. Yeah, okay. Now the microphone belongs to Dr. Mutmainnah S.Pd.I, M.Pd. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. I want to say thank you to Director of State Islamic Institute Parepare, the Director of Postgraduate Islamic Institute, State Islamic Institute Parepare, and then all of the keynote speaker, the organizing committee, and the participants who attend this international conference webinar. I'm very happy to be here as a keynote speaker. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Mutmainnah. I am a lecturer at Algeria Mandar University, West Sulawesi. My topic today, I will share to you, sharing the experience and based on my expectation about the next normal scenario in education. So this is, we will cover today, the pedagogical innovation, cyberpedagogy, and digital learning. Pedagogical innovation. Actually, during the COVID-19, or this is the blessing of the COVID-19, this happening, we are integrated the technology, some of the platform or the tool in our learning and teaching process. I want to show you here, there are three data or the information. The first from the article, this article now talking about the policy from our ministry, education and culture ministry, about the policy of Merdeka Belajar. And the next, the second information, this is from the Jakarta Post, tell us how to redesign our curriculum, the need curriculum, or the student need to or to achieve or to facilitate our student with the 21st century skill. This is related and supporting the policy of our Ministry Education and Culture of Indonesia about the Merdeka Belajar. But the last, this is from the Center for Indonesian Policy Studies. I have a data. Most of the students or lecturer, now they are in the low scale of ICT, of information communication and the technology. Actually today, we are a need to motivate our all of the education all around the world, how to use technology and how to teach by using technology. Let's have a look about the viral outbreak effect here. This is effect to the emotion, education, and the social when we are transformation our face-to-face classroom into the virtual classroom in education sector, this is the happening. Actually, the rector of State Islamic Institute Parepare yesterday tell us about how to be adapt with this condition with using or use integrated the technology or some of the platform in our learning and teaching process. And the next, what about the social interaction? Now we are going to the social virtual because we are practice about the physical distancing and the social distancing. Most of our communication, our interaction, our community, we are in the virtual now. So, well, this is the intersection between technology, pedagogy, and the system change. How the system change, how to support the policy of our ministry about the Merdeka Belajar. This is the happen. The system change into there are four aspects must be consideration here. Actually, as you know that Indonesia condition today, this is different with another country. 44 million students and 48 students they are live in the rural area, and so 50% our student or our condition, our area, we are in the blank spot. Blank spot mean here there is no connection or internet connection or unstable connection, and most of the teacher or the student they don't they don't have a tool to be in online. For example, they don't have a smartphone or a laptop. This is there are today the condition of Indonesia. So in the pedagogy, actually, this is the question: can pedagogy drive technology? Most of the teachers today. This is based on my area. They are confused. They are very busy. How to use technology? What is the technology and etc. But they are forget it. The technology. You choose the technology. This is the second after you planning, you manage, you are create your classroom management, a lesson plan or your syllabus. Actually, this is the core in the pedagogy. And the secondly, you can choose the technology. You can use the familiar technology with your student. And this is the question: how before you are design your material, this is the student are my student learning. This more be effective or efficient in your classroom. And this is talking about the cybergogy. What is actually the cybergogy? This is one of the theory when we are integrated pedagogy and technology in our classroom. The theory, this is the mixing between pedagogy and technology, how to remote our learning and teaching by using synchronous or asynchronous strategy. As you know that in Indonesia, this is there are many challenges to apply teaching and learning by using asynchronous. We have many problems here: the quota, the infrastructure, and many more challenge how to apply this online or by using asynchronous. But we have another one choice by using asynchronous strategy. So what is actually the pedagogy? Is a cybergogy. Cybergogy, this is educational activities using instructional technology, online or offline, independent of time and place, and student-centered and outcome-oriented. Mean here, this is a student-centered approach. The cybergogy actually, this is engage a learning, increasing the level of present. There are three aspects of factor in cybergogy: cognitive, social, and emotive. When you are applying the technology, don't forget to this is to engage online learning environment with the social and emotive. And this is again the cybergogi. Actually, this is this creating a learner center, autonomy, collaborative, and virtual learning. This is in engage online environment with the student behavior, how student emotion, and they are deeply connected to the culture. And we are now still in Indonesia condition, still adapt with how to use technology and how to teach by using technology. This is my data, the preliminary data or survey when during the COVID-19, I give the student questionnaire, and most of them, they are not fun, and they are stressed, and they are disagree about how to using online in learning and teaching process. Mean here online by using synchronous strategy. Synchronous strategy when the student and teacher in the same time, but in place. The next, this is there is information why this happening, why the student stressed by using online. This is the data. Based on the survey, most of the teacher here or the instructor use digital communication platform only to assign homework. There are many homework for the student. The student got stressed and they are not enjoy by using a technology in teaching and learning by using technology. Actually, technology is a tool to make us our learning and teaching process more be practical, efficient, and effective. And the next, this is what about to moving the virtual classroom. Maybe this is because we design our learning and our material by using still interaction, conventional instructional design. So this is one of the solutions when you are create or remote your learning environment. I choose this one, the secondly here, lecturer can show a film. I will show you my experience when I developing the material by using a film. The digital learning. This is supporting the last supporting about the Merdeka Belajar. All of becoming a digital now. Not only our classroom, and now we are as a supporting this condition in the global challenge about the digital, in the digital era, we are becoming a digital teacher. What is a digital teacher? Digital teacher, this is not only a teacher teach and use the technology, but a teacher provide the student with the skill how to use the technology in learning and in learning. And then teacher or educator, we are designer, we are manager, we are assessor and developer. We know that this procedure. This is actually supporting the Merdeka Belajar. But one thing, the challenge in Indonesia condition to apply this Merdeka Belajar, this is about the infrastructure. We are a very less about the infrastructure when we are rolling out our education delivered by internet. And this is some of the example when you are integrated the technology or tools or a media or platform or application in your classroom. You can see here the cycle when you are ask your student in the level 1. This is level 1 related to the belum taxonomy. Belum taxonomy, the first level here, namely remembering and understanding. This is the activity you can ask your student to identify, to memorize, and this is the platform. You can choose the platform, one of the platform. I mean that here, the familiar platform with you and your student that you can use in the classroom. And that's what about the level 2, about the skill concept, and then strategy of thinking and extended thinking. You can design to achieve your learning outcomes. And actually how to design, I will show you later. The next, what actually the teacher do how when we are use technology in the classroom here. The teacher able to support student deep learning and then represent idea in the powerful ways of the next productive learning process and evaluate themselves the learning. This is related to the in the last evaluate mean here not to giving the student only assignment, but you can give your student a questionnaire or you can interview your student the reflection. You can reflect your teaching and learning in one semester, maybe on or after mid semester. And the next, what about the teacher competence to be developed? That's why I told you before, we are as education in the global and in the digital era, we must upgrade our competence to be challenged in this global competence now. What is that? This is knowledge about the student, learning condition design, subject knowledge, and assessment competence. So well, now the teacher must be becoming a digital teacher, but the student must becoming a digital learner. The digital learner is this is the category. The student quickly understand the content and then multitasking. So the recommendation, we need to be develop our material curriculum and redesign our curriculum into the activities how to engage a student a multitasking character or mean here this is can engage student learning style. What is actually digital material? We are talking about the pedagogical innovation, the theory of how to integrate technology in the classroom by using pedagogy and technology. This is the Wang Engkang or cybergogy. And the next, we are talking about the digital materials. Digital material, how to design our materials becoming a digital now. Okay, a digital material. This is the digital information or resources. This is, for example, like e-books, e-journal, or newspaper. You can tell your student or facilitate your student about some of the resources to supporting their learning. Yes, yeah. Well, this is one of the methodology when you want to going to design, to redesign your material, your curriculum, namely research and development by using a source. This is one of the methodology to develop your material by using a source. So there are 6 phases in this short methodology, namely analyze student. Analyze student, this is, you know that your student condition, your student behavior, your student learning style, and your student characteristic. And by using, actually this is by using questionnaire. And the next, you formulate or you state the objective and then select the method, the media or technology, and then you can design your material based on your student need analysis. Need analysis, Mr. Randy have explained you yesterday how to design your questionnaire, your instrument by using for analysis, need analysis. And then in the classroom, utilize a media, material, and then technology, require learner participation, and evaluate and revise. So the product now, we are talking now how to integrate the technology in our product now, our syllabus, lesson plan, assignment, prototype, module, and becoming, this is will be becoming ebook now. After me, maybe Dr. Mohammed Nada will more explain to you about the platform. This is some of the application when you are going to design your e-learning after your already your material, I mean that here module or your book, you can integrate it with the Articulate Mobile, Lecturer Inspire, or Mobile Learning Android. You can choose one of this application. So this is the example based on my experience after I design and develop my material. You can download it. This is in Google Play. This is my Google Playbook website. This the content you can hear. The content, the syllabus, the lesson plan, and the material. This is included with the material, and then the manual instruction for the student, for the teacher. And how to apply in the classroom when you want to use these all of the digital material, and by integrating some of this theory. For example, you may see here in the PSA. This is a PSA theory. For example, by using, you choose the one of the method in teaching, namely project-based learning. This is a student-centered learning approach. This is the step of the phase of PSA, and the instructional design of the activity that students want to do in the classroom by using Gagne 9-event instructional design. There are 9 events by using Gagne. This is gaining attention. Before you teaching, you can gaining attention your student by using quiz, or you can give a student a question and answer. And the secondly, inform the student what is the objective that you wanna, or the competent for each meeting. And the next, the stimulate recall or prior learning. And when in the learning and teaching process, during the teaching, you can present the content, provide learning guidance, elicit the performance or practice. And the last, before you close your meeting, you need provided feedback from your student, assess the information, and enhancing retention and transfer the knowledge from the student. And let's have a look again. This is, we are when the learning outcome based on the Bloom taxonomy. As you know that in the pre-instructional design, actually you apply the Bloom taxonomy, remembering and understanding. And this is applying and analyzing well while you are teaching or during your teaching process. And the last, before you close your material, evaluating and creating. This is the digital tool. Actually, there are many digital tools here, but you can use one of them. Choose the familiar technology that you can use and your student can apply. So, the next, this is the data when we are want to design our materials now. I have distribute the questionnaire by using online questionnaire. There are 173 countries respond this my questionnaire. And actually, we have a student from your student here, Pare. Yeah. They answer my questionnaire. I distribute this on March 2020. And this is the result. Most of the students, actually, they are, our students today, they are the digital learner or digital student. So how to support digital era? As you know that our students today, they are digital. You are a teacher, must be becoming a digital learner, digital teacher, and your material becoming e-material. This is the student answer, respond from all around the world. And I focus the highlight here about by using a film. Most of the students, this is for example, because I'm a lecturer in English subject, most of the students, they are choose a film. They like learn English by using a film. So how to design our instructional design, and you are becoming a digital teacher and the student becoming digital learner, and then you are doing pedagogical innovation in your classroom. Let's have a look. For example here, this is based on my experience. By using film, there is a theory supporting film as a material skill in teaching, not only in English, but all of the subject that you can do. This is integrated. This is can achieve a student 21st century skill. Film, the student can communication. This is because this is embrace of the student for skill, effective listening and delivering oral presentation, collaboration, critical thinking, and the student can create their project. For example, you can ask your student to design their video or a TikTok. Our students today, they are in the Gen Z. They are like to be create a student create their the video project by using a TikTok. This is for example. And let's have a look. This is by using our students today. They are multitasking. The digital learner or digital student, they are multitasking. When they are listening, they are watching the film, they can doing some activity. For example, this is the activity. The student can arrange the film based on the film scan. This is ensemble scan, and the student will arrange again the picture based on the film that they watching. This is for example. But don't worry, the film. This is the film play. Have time only 5 minutes, so you can use in the classroom. This is, for example, my experience when I use a film in the classroom. The next, this is the activity again when the student watching the film, not only the film scan, but they watching the film and write the dialogue based on the film, and then write about what does a background says in the each picture. This is all of the activities is based on the film. So the next, what about again designing the material? Not only film. Know that there are many statements. Same film not improve our student especially in English, but actually this is one of the example when I design my material to improve my student present perfect or past simple, or this is based on the grammar.
Okay.
This is the film.
Hello.
Wait, a little bit. A little bit more. This is very important. A little bit.
Yeah.
This is in the designing the material based on the grammar. Sorry. When you are want to improve your student grammar, I know this is in this university, in this state Islamic have English department. This is the information I will share to you my experience when I developing the material based on by using a film. This is for example. This is the Bloom taxonomy. In the warm-up phase, you ask your student to understanding and remembering. This is the activity that you can do. And in the presenting, the brainstorming, you ask your student to drawing and write their brainstorming, apply to analyze the problematic word based on the phonetic transcription. This is I use digital dictionary. And the last, the practice. Student will discuss about this grammar and production and evaluation. This is for example. The next, what about now by using film? This is the activity when the student listening to the song and then they can choose the right word based on the film, based on the song. And then how to make our learning fun. This is some of tips for you. Before you designing, actually the first input, you can create your material based on the student need, and then you have good interaction with your student, and then the output, it will be engage your student with collaborative skill or the digital skill. As you know that as the pedagogical innovation, as a digital teacher, you not only how to teach and how to use technology, and you must train your student with the digital or technology. The last, this is artificial intelligence in language learning. Prof. Serif have explained about the artificial intelligence, and this is the one of example how to apply artificial intelligence, and some of the platform I will show you based on my experience in learning and teaching, my teaching process. This is for example, namely natural readers. You can download it. this application, you can drop your file here and the machine will read to you. This is good for your student to improve their student listening and pronunciation, the grammar, and then Quillbot, the Quillbot function, you can paraphrase your article. And this is the application of virtual reality based on Indonesia condition. This is the platform available with the content, and you can design your material based on this.
Okay,
And
excuse me.
again, with your artificial intelligence friend, and the online
Excuse me,
informal language learning.
Dr.
Wait a minute.
Mutmainnah.
Yeah, 1 minute more.
Yeah.
And this is
Yeah, very
my
interesting
experience when
material
I
here.
apply my material by using a smartphone. This is my e-learning. You can show when in my classroom. And then this is my closing statement because related to the post-pandemic. In the next normal, actually technology just only as a tool. You are a teacher, educator, you are designer, a good planner, you are a manager, you can manage your classroom with with the familiar method. And then in the next normal, actually for Indonesia condition, we can use hybrid or a blended learning. And the last, this is my closing, pedagogy is the driver, technology is the accelerator, and the technology will not replace teacher. Remember that technology just only a tool. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, moderator.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm very sorry, Dr. Mutmainnah.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting and useful material, especially for online learning in pandemic COVID-19. But I'm very sorry because we have a limited time. We still have some keynote speakers in the next sessions. And actually, there are a lot of questions about Merdeka Belajar. It's very interesting topic about Merdeka Belajar.
Yeah, I know.
And about the concept and how to evaluate, because I have joined a seminar about Merdeka Belajar, but some participants said that the concept of Merdeka Belajar is still abstract. And also how to is hard for the teachers how to control students when the students free and choose their material and choose learning style, and also how to evaluate the materials. And of course there are actually there are questions for you, ma'am, but we are limited by time. We still have some keynote speaker. So thank you very much for your material. It's a very useful material for us. And then I am very sorry.
Just a little bit. I want to tell you in this forum, because this is international conference webinar. I hope our leading sector, our Ministry of Education and Culture, when Merdeka Belajar wanna be implemented now, our ministry must facilitate with the infrastructure. You know that 50% our students, they are live in the rural area, no internet, unstable connection, and many more. They must, our leading sector must facilitate this. Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Mutmainnah S.Pd.I, M.Pdi, and I think all of the materials presented by our keynote speaker is very useful, especially for reference to solve our problem, especially teaching problem in pandemic COVID-19. Finally, I would like to thank Dr. Abdelkader Makhlouf, Mr. CRIS ZITA, and Dr. Mutmainnah S.Pd.I, M.Pdi for sharing knowledge. And then we will move to the next session, and I give the microphone to my friend Bapak Andi Bahri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for your kind attention to guide us in the second session. Thank you very much, Bu Sulfa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, presenters and gratitude to participants who still stay tuned on Zoom meeting and YouTube channel. Next, I'm glad to become in moderator again, and I will invite for the next session 3 presenters. The firstly, Associate Professor Dr. Makueta from Patani, Thailand. I see you in Zoom. Okay, and the next Mohammed Abdelkader, Bachelor of Science and Master of Science from Shihan University, Erbil, Iraq, from Iraq. And next, the third, Muhammad Samir Nada, Magister on Education, Dimiat University, Egypt. So I will give firstly for the time for the first speaker presented by Associate Professor Dr. Makueta. Time yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dengar ni? Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dek, cik dengar ni? Pertama kali terima kasih kepada penganjur webinar antarabangsa Institut IAIN Parepare dan juga kepada graduate study sana. Saya Dr. Mukhtar, lalu bahasa Melayu, bahasa Arab Dr. Mukhtar Abdelkader sebagai Timbalan Rektor di ZITA Unit Islam Daud di selatan Thailand ataupun Patani yang terkenal dengan Patani. Okey, kerana saya tak sempat nak buat apa dia PowerPoint, jadi saya present cara mulut lah. Alhamdulillah kesempatan yang mulia ini untuk diberi kepada saya mewakilkan minoriti Islam di selatan Thailand atau terkenal dengan Patani. Sebelum tajuk saya yang diberi kepada saya ini adalah strategi pembangunan kerohanian dalam bidang pendidikan, case study-nya di Jamiah Syadaud Patani atau terkenal ZITA. Jadi merupakan tajuk yang penting kerana tajuk ini kerana Islam sebagai kita tahu adalah agama yang membangun jismani dan rohani bersama. Yang mana kita dah tahu bahawa tujuan pendidikan Islam adalah untuk nak bina al-insan as-salih di dunia wal akhirah, iaitu bina manusia yang soleh di dunia dan akhirat. Berarti memerlukan pembangunan jismani, pembangunan material, pembangunan kerohanian bersama. Kalau kita langkah maju pembangunan jismani sahaja tetapi kita pembangunan kerohanian diketepikan, maka nilai ataupun matlamat pendidikan Islam kita tak akan dicapai. Oleh itu tajuk sangat penting. Sebelum saya akan masuk pada dalam konten tajuk, saya akan bicara sedikit tentang pengenalan selatan Thailand ataupun Patani yang terkenal. Selatan Thailand atau Patani adalah merupakan satu kawasan yang diduduki oleh minoriti umat Islam, yang mana mereka terdiri pada lebih kurang 2 juta atau 3 juta umat Islam. Yang mana kawasan ini kalau kita tengok sekarang itu merangkumi 4 wilayah sempadan Thailand, iaitu sempadan Thailand dengan Malaysia, iaitu wilayah Patani, Narathiwat, Songkhla, Jala. yang mana dulu merupakan salah satu daripada kerajaan Islam atau sultanat Islam atau Fatani, bahasa Arab dengan Fatani. Dan Fatani ini masa dulu adalah salah satu pada gedung ilmu yang mana dikenali sebagai salah satu pada Serambi Mekah. Yang mana kita dah tahu Serambi Mekah itu di kalangan di dunia Melayu ada beberapa kawasan. Di Petani ada juga di kalangan Serambi Mekah, di Aceh dan juga ada juga yang dikenali Serambi Mekah dan juga di Kelantan di wilayah Malaysia. Itulah secara ringkasnya pengenalan tentang Selatan Thailand atau Petani. Kemudian kita masuk pada JISDA, iaitu sebuah institusi pengajian tinggi yang dibinakan pada tahun 1994 demi untuk memenuhi pembangunan atau mempertahankan identiti di wilayah ini. JISDA merupakan salah satu pada institusi pengajian tinggi swasta yang dibinakan. Alhamdulillah kebanyakan pada mereka yang bina ini adalah di kalangan pakar-pakar ataupun kelulusan daripada Indonesia. Yang tamat daripada Indonesia balik ke Petani kerana mempertahankan identiti Melayu di sini, terpaksa binakan satu identiti, satu badan, satu pusat pengajian yang bertapak di sini. Salah satu pada kemudian JISDA setelah bina berkembang mulai binanya dengan dengan dinamakan diploma pengajian tinggi, diploma tarbiyah pendidikan. Kemudian berkembang sekarang tu JISDA mempunyai 5 kuliah. 5 kuliah yang mana terdiri pada kuliah syariah, kuliah tarbiyah, kuliah dakwah, kuliah dirasat dan bahasa Arab. Kebanyakan kurikulumnya kalau pengajian Islam ni adalah daripada kurikulum Al-Azhar. Yang mana dulu kalau tamat belajar 3 tahun di JISDA dapat menyambung tahun 4 di Al-Azhar. Itulah salah satu pada pengalaman ataupun pengenalan ringkas JISDA. JISDA sekarang itu mempunyai lebih kurang 1,000 orang pelajar, mahasiswa dan mahasiswi, dan juga mempunyai lebih kurang 80 orang pensyarah yang berada di kawasan pusat sekarang di kawasan Jala. Kawasan Jala atau wilayah Jala di di selatan Thailand. Okey, itulah setelah itu tentang pengenalan tentang selatan Thailand atau Petani dan juga JISDA. Kemudian kita tengok kepada pembangunan kerohanian, apa kepentingnya pembangunan kerohanian ataupun spiritual building dalam Islam. Kita dah tahu Islam adalah agama yang membina manusia atau mencipta manusia yang berjaya, ingin berjaya dunia dan akhirat. Maka ingin berjaya di dunia akhirat pasti membangun atau membina setiap bidang hidup masyarakat. Setiap bidang hidup membinakan manusia setiap bidang yang diperlukan. Khususnya dalam bidang pendidikan. Dalam pendidikan Islam sebagai saya sentuh tadi adalah demi tujuan untuk membinakan manusia yang soleh di dunia wal akhirah. Yang mana manusia itu dapat menikmati kejayaan dunia dan akhirat. Sebagaimana kita dah tahu mana dalam Islam tu sebagaimana yang diketahuikan bahawa salah satu daripada doa yang paling dibaca atau dibaca oleh Nabi Muhammad SAW adalah Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah. Berartinya tujuan pendidikan manusia untuk binakan manusia yang soleh di dunia wal akhirah. Berartinya perlu kepada pembangunan setiap bidang. Lebih-lebih lagi bidang kerohanian. Kalau kita bina manusia berjaya di bidang fizikal, bidang yang bukan rohani, bidang bidang pekerjaan, tapi kalau manusia itu tak berjaya di bidang kerohanian, maka dalam Islam tu tidak dianggap tu manusia yang berjaya. Kerana soleh di dunia fakat. Soleh untuk dunia saja, tapi tak soleh untuk al-akhirah. Sebab itulah Syekh Al-Qardawi kata Islam bina manusia 2 bidang ni, tidak boleh asing di antara dunia akhirat. Kalau kita tengok kepada tamadun Eropah Barat sekarang yang mana fokus kepada pembangunan pembangunan material sahaja. Kita tengok Switzerland atau Sweden atau Norway sebagai negara yang mewah menikmati kekayaan manusia, mereka kaya, mempunyai kerja, mempunyai semua segala hidup di dunia ni. Tetapi mengapa manusia di sana, kalau kita tengok statistik di dunia ni, banyak bunuh diri? Karena mereka hanya menikmati kejayaan dunia saja, menikmati kejayaan untuk material saja, tapi kejayaan rohani mereka tidak dibina. Manusia ini apabila menghadapi kerumitan, kesulitan hidup, kesusahan hidup, akhir sekali mudah bunuh diri. Kerana dia tak percaya dengan ada dunia, kadang-kadang tidak percaya kata ada dunia, ada akhirat, ada syurga dan neraka. Inilah sebab itulah seorang daripada tokoh Islam menggambarkan orang barat sebagai kata dalam bahasa Arab dia kata al-insan fil gharb. Manusia barat yastati' yatira fis sama' katuyur, mampu terbang di langit seperti seperti burung. Wa yastati' yawsa tahta al-ma' ka samak, mampu menyelam di laut seperti ikan, tetapi mereka la yastati'u ayyamshiya 'alal ardi ka insan, tetapi mereka tak mampu berjalan di muka bumi ini seperti manusia, seperti binatang. Kenapa dia? Kerana mereka fokus kepada pembangunan material semata-mata. Sebab itulah Islam, tamadun Islam, kalau kita tengok tamadun Islam, dia bina dua-dua ni, bina material, bina kerohanian, bina maknawi, pergi bersama jadi manusia yang seimbang. Itulah pentingnya tentang pembangunan kerohanian. Kemudian secara ringkas ni kita pergi kepada stati, kerana sebagai kita tahu bahawa ZITA merupakan satu institusi swasta yang banyak mempunyai kelemahan, yang banyak menghadapi cabaran, khususnya institusi ini yang dibinakan umat Islam minoriti yang hidup di gelombang di bawah lingkungan majoriti yang bukan Islam, negara yang bukan Islam. Jadi menghadapi berbagai-bagai cabaran. Walaupun bagaimanapun kita usaha untuk membinakan kerohanian pelajar ni, ada beberapa langkah yang mana kita dah buat, insya-Allah cadangan masa depan kita akan laksanakan. Salah satu daripada langkah yang kita sedang buat, kerana kita Azhar ZITA merupakan salah satu institusi yang mana manhaj silibusnya kebanyakan daripada Al-Azhar. Maka salah satu kita bina kerohanian pelajar itu, yang penting sekali kita tak akan tinggalnya pengajian Al-Quran. Kerana sebagai orang umat Islam, sebagaimana kata ulama, orang Islam kalau dia tak buka, tak baca Al-Quran 3 hari, dia anggapkan mereka dah hijrah pada Quran. Berarti Quran penting sebagai perlambangan hidup. Kemudian ZITA yang mana merupakan satu institusi untuk binakan manusia ini, usaha sebanyak mungkin untuk ambil sebagai manhaj Al-Azhar. Sebagaimana kita dah tahu, Azhar tidak dianggapkan mereka yang jadi Azhar kalau tidak menghafalkan Quran. Maka strategi pembangunan kita adalah Al-Quran merupakan salah satu daripada madah subjek yang penting, yang makna pelajar tak akan luluh jikalau tak hafal, tak belajar Al-Quran yang ditetapkan oleh kurikulum ZITA. Salah satu daripada cara kita akan membangun satu pusat, namakan pusat penyelidikan dan pengajian Quran, pengajian Quran dan turas. Kerana kita tak boleh pisah dari pengajian kerana khusus pengajian Islam tak boleh pisah pada Al-Quran sebagai dastur perlembagaan umat Islam. Maka di sini kita akan usaha sebanyak mungkin untuk menjadi pelajar yang hafal Quran dan memahami Al-Quran. Kerana mereka apabila memaham Al-Quran, mereka akan sendiri terbangunnya pembangunan kerohanian. Itu yang pertama sekali. Kemudian kita pergi kepada
excuse me, you have time about 3 minutes again.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
5 minit lagi, berapa minit lagi ada?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5 minit, okay. Kita pergi kepada point yang kedua. Kerana kita salah satu pada keistimewaan yang kita akan buat di sini adalah kita, walaupun kita dalam dunia moden, pengajian online, pengajian yang berbentuk akademik baru ni, tapi di sebalik kita tak akan tinggal pengajian turas. pengajian kita, kalau di sini dalam kitab kuning, kitab syekh-syekh ulama dulu. Dalam rencana kita akan bangunkan satu pusat nama Pusat Kecemerlangan Ilmu yang mana untuk mengaturkan sistem pengajian turas. Di pagi, pelajar hadir masuk kelas pengajian baru, bentuk sistem baru. Di samping di petang atau malam kita akan buat khas pengajian turas. Yang mana pengajian turas ni kita akan ambil kitab-kitab yang mana yang sesuai untuk pelajar, yang mana berkaitan pembangunan kerohanian, pembangunan identiti, menjaga identiti kita, menjadi satu daripada kurikulum yang wajib dipelajari oleh pelajar, semua pelajar apa dia di ZITA ini, yang dalam rancangan insya-Allah. Kerana apa dia? Kerana saya rasa kerana pengajian turas ini salah satu pada benda yang boleh menjaga identiti masyarakat di sini. Identiti Islam dan Melayu boleh tertegak sampai sekarang salah satu pada sistem pengajian turas. Dimaklumkan di sini di selatan Thailand banyak daripada institusi pondok yang mana yang tersebarnya bukan di kalangan pelajar, bukan pada orang tani saja, bukan orang Malaysia, Kambodia, Burma, dan mungkin ada orang pelajar Indonesia datang sini untuk pengajian pondok sebagai sebagai institusi pusat pengajian yang masyhur di sini. Kemudian insya-Allah yang mana kita akan usaha membina lagi strategi adalah kita untuk membentuk atau membina pensyarah yang betul-betul memahami risalah pendidikan Islam. Risalah yang mana kita ingin membangunkan seorang tenaga pengajar yang memahami bahawa pengajar Islam, mengajar itu ataupun pengajar Islam merupakan ada satu tanggungjawab. Adal amanah. Bukan satu tanggungjawab, bukan kata adal wazaif. Kalau bahasa Arab panggil, kalau adal wazaif kita kerja saja. Dapat gaji kita berhenti. Tapi kata adal amanah berartinya selama mana amanah tak sampai kita tak akan tenang. Itu ada tanggungjawab bersama untuk menyampaikan tahap ini. Itulah akan menimbulkan keberkatan dan pengajian Islam. Apabila kalangan pelajar memahami Islam dan pensyarah juga memahami peranan tanggungjawab dia, maka gabungan dua kelompok ini akan tercapainya matlamat pendidikan Islam, iaitu bina al-insan salih dunia wal akhirah. Itu sekadar sebagai pembentangan secara pendek yang terima kasih kepada institusi IAIN dia pare-pare yang beri peluang kepada saya mewakili ZITA untuk memberi ucapan ringkas tentang pengalaman dan rancangan pembangunan rohanian di ZITA. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very interesting explanation from Dr. Makueta from Thailand. طيب في النقطة الجوهرية التي من أستاذ موكيتا, the main vision of ZITA is I think important صالح في الدنيا والآخرة أي مذهب الأزهري بالمصر. والثاني أهمية التربية في ضوء التربية الروحانية. وفيه نقطة مهمة أكتب هنا بأن عند دكتور موكيتا يقول الغربيون يقدر أن يطير فوق السماء كالطائر ويسبح في الماء كالسمك بل لا يقدر أن يمشي صالحا في الأرض. طيب هذا أهمية التربية الإسلامية في ضوء التراث الإسلامية منا أن نخطو في بناء الإنسان الصالح في المستقبل. أظن هذا يكتفي بما ألقى المحاضر من تايلاند. أشكر منكم جزيل الشكر.
أشكركم على استضافتكم هذه المؤتمر. السلام عليكم. Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, for the next presenter, I will invite من الباحث من العراق المثقف Abdelkader. How the presenter from Iraq, Mohammed Abdelkader, Magister on Science, and the next for the Muhammad Samir Nada. So the time for Mohammed Abdelkader, Magister of Science, he will present the title social media influencers and social responsibility for future education. Okay, I give you time for the presenters. Welcome. Hello, Mohammed Abdelkarim من العراق.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. تفضل.
Thank you very much, my brother. Please allow me to share my screen first. Can I share it, please?
Okay. Wait a minute.
The host disable it, please. Sorry, my friend, I cannot share my screen. Said the host is disabled.
The host, may you share the slide presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me check this. No, still disabled. Okay.
And okay, you have to see your slide.
Yeah, I can, but I cannot share it. I don't know why. Can I start presenting my slides without sharing, so we don't lose time?
Okay, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Mohammed Abdelkarim from Iraq, Jihan University in Erbil. In the beginning, I would like to thank the state. I would like to thank the State Islamic Institute of Parapair for this great opportunity and invitation to be as a keynote and one of the
Abdelkarim.
Yes.
Ini Algeria.
Sorry.
Abdelkader Makhlouf. Sudah ini.
Sorry, mister. Can I continue?
Yes. Okay. Please.
Okay. Okay. Thank you again for this great opportunity for this virtual international conference about the post-pandemic reconstruction education, for future education. Today I'm going to present my topic about the social media and social media influencers and the social responsibility of social media influencers toward the education and the future education after the pandemic of COVID-19. As we know, all of us using the social media more than 5 hours per day, depend on the age, the interest of ourselves. So here we are going to talk in the beginning about a new era of marketing, which is the social media platforms that make interaction between the business and customer, because social nowadays is not only for connecting family members or friends, and also not only for posting and sharing. It is also for making calls or chats. So social media has figured out creative ways to keep both the consumers and the advertisers happy, and providing that we are in a new era of digital marketing. Also, social media is leading a news platform and worldwide conference that shares the best idea and insights into social media and technology's impacts on business, the society, education, and culture. In other words, we can say it is appropriate platforms for EWOM. It means electronic word of mouth. In addition to daily conversation between the customers, these websites also allow opinion leaders to create and promote profiles relating to products and services of brands. So people can share their comments via written text or pictures or videos or even applications. We will go and talk about what does mean or what is the social media definition. It is or what does it include also. This social media consider or include Facebook, QQ, Instagram, Twitter, Pinterest, Snapchat, YouTube, LinkedIn, and Google+. These platforms are mostly for posting pictures and videos, sharing daily lives, liking and commenting on other people's stories, and of course, chatting. For us as academics or researchers, we can use the ResearchGate, Academia, LinkedIn, and Mendeley. Mostly academics and researchers are using these types of platforms to communicate with other researchers and post their study fields, interests, and certificates, experience, where are they working, and also publishing the papers that have been published. And through this, it can be getting more citation for their papers, and also for other application that we use during providing the e-subject or e-learning or online courses. Mostly we are using the Zoom application, Google Meet, Hangouts, and Google Classrooms, and also live YouTube for providing education for our students. Also for social media, it is growingly rapidly worldwide. Naturally, marketers want to reach potential customers with this new channels. It's already 25% of the Fortune Global was using all the major social media platforms to increase social media presence, whereas 48% were on at least one platform. However, studies found that the function of social media and other online marketing communication tools is to increase the purchasing attention and loyalty for their brands and stick to their brands. Here, in simple words, what is social media? Social media is any website that allow you to contribute, to engage, to communicate with others, and it is a combination of websites and application. Most of the platforms, it could be a combination of website and application that enable users to aggregate and share their content or to participate in social networking. Also, it is collective terms for websites and applications which focus on communication, the community-based input, the interaction between, for example, if we are talking about education, interaction between the lecturer and the student and other students, and also this, the content sharing and collaboration, and it includes different types of social media we are going to explain next. Through this social media platforms, there are some people, they are have impact on the audience or the followers, so we call them the social media influencers. What they are and what they do and who are they? A social media influencer is a user on social media who has established credibility in a specific industry and has access to a large audience and can pursue others by virtue of their decision and reach. In simple words, they have effect on our decision. Okay, when we want to make a purchasing decision or we want to choose which quality is the best. Okay, so we listen to their advice or their talk or normal daily activities. Who are they? These influencers. These influencers are the celebrities that we love, that we like to watch as a movies, artists, and pop club singers, and also it could be the industry experts and thought leaders, individual with impact on social media, like for blogger on YouTube's and creator contents on YouTube also, or Snapchat. And for girls, mostly we have the fashionistas nowadays that has a large and big number of followers and effect on the brands and making the right decision. It considered also as family members or friends, as influencer on our making decision for purchasing any product or getting service. And in the end of this slide, it's about also the influencer we are, the academic and the researcher, also the teachers, lecturers who has effect on the students, and they advise them and what to plan for their future and so on. Here we can say, in other words, influencers are valuable because they offer instant access to the credibility and growing company needs. So we can see. Sorry.
Excuse me, your limit time for 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry, it's very short.
Okay.
Okay. Can I go to conclusion?
Yes. Go ahead.
Just I want to give 1 or 2 points about the role of social media in teaching learning process. When it comes to social media and education, some parents and teachers view their platforms as distraction that negatively influence students, while social media are becoming the most important tools for interaction among people, where everybody can share, exchange, comment, discuss, and create information. That's why we go to the conclusion. Teachers should use social media as communication tools for purely academic related issues, such as addressing aspects related to class organization and course work. Also, professors should also be careful about what they post and how much they wish to share with their students via social media platforms, as their online profile content could affect their credibility as the education professional. And last for today, the final conclusion is said that social media just like a half a glass of water. It depends on us, what we see. In other words, what matter of choice and how we use it, which we can call cognitive appraisal. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your patience. If you have any question, I am welcome to answer it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your kind presentations. Mohammed Abdelkarim from Misr, from Iraq, Afwan. There are many interesting points I catch from your presentation. The first is the contemporary social change in the new era technology development. The second, the new way learning methods supported by the technology, and online marketing as the new change and challenge in conducting business. Therefore, we need their collaboration in all of our social life. So we must, the most important values required for this online way on social life is trust. So mutual trust is important thing in conducting online social media, I think. Okay, thank you for your great presentation. Okay, yeah, this is my highlight for your presentation. Thank you very much. Hopefully we will meet for the next event. Thank you very much, and salam to the family in Iraq. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Baik. Tayyib, ikhwani wa akhwati al-aizza. The next presenter, I will invite Mr. Muhammad Samir Nada, Magister Education from Egypt. I think he fluently in Arabic. He will present the title Providing Interactive Practical Learning Anytime and Anywhere. طيب تفضل لديكم فرصة بإلقاء البحث بالعربية والإنجليزية لئلا تجاوز الوقت عن 10 دقائق لأننا ما زلنا الباحث بعدكم. تفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay. Thank you so much for all participants for your time, and thank you so much for our professors and keynote speakers. It's my pleasure to me to participate in international conference. Also, I am very happy to share with you some point about how to provide interactive and practical learning anytime and anywhere for our students. At the first, I'm very happy to introduce myself to you. I am Mohammed Samir Nada, founder and CEO of VLABI, and I have a Master in Education Technology and PhD researcher in Education Technology at Damietta University in Egypt, and also computer lecturer in Computer Business and Administration Institute in Damietta. I am winner of the Alexa Prize of Arab Mobile Application, and also I was selected among the best education innovators in Africa by African Union for 2 years, and also I was selected among the best education innovators in the world by United Nations to participate in Zero Project Conference in United Nations headquarters in And now I would like to discuss with you the types of student interaction in e-learning platform. We have 3 types of student interaction in e-learning platform. The first type is and this interaction is between the student and content. Student content interaction is very important interaction. So most researchers say it's very important for student. So once a student access learning materials such as multimedia or lecture or website, they should be able to use it there one way. So they should be able to start and pause and repeat and forward the parts of the course to master it. The second type, yes, second type is interaction between student and the teacher. This type of interactions happens when teacher deliver information about the course or provide feedback to his student. It also happens when a student asks the teacher some question or communicate with him about the course. Third type is interaction between student and another student, or a student or among a group of students studying the same course. This can happen with teachers or without teacher. So now, today I will discuss with you the opportunity of student interaction with content in e-learning platforms. There are 4 forms of content in e-learning platforms. The first is text and image through normal website or PDF files or blogs. This type doesn't allow students to interact with the content. The type is an infographic, in which the focus on the visual side, such as animations and motion graphic. This type is able to communicate information better to students, but there are still opportunity for interaction. The third type, through video platforms. The student can control the video, his learning by stopping and restarting the video, such as interactive video, but that doesn't enable the student to interact fully and actively with his content. Finally, the interactive simulation programs. It is programs that enable the student to pass through the same real experience, but through virtual environment. Here, the student's role is very important and active during learning, and also be fully controlled in his learning. As we know, the science experiment is the most important is that were affected by closure of school due to COVID-19. And also it is very important to improve outcome of our student, and also it is very important to improve our understanding of our student. Also, it is very difficult to conduct a lot of science experiment at home, because there are many dangerous experiments. So due to coronavirus, we have many problems in traditional laboratory in most schools in world, such as crowded lab and closed school, and depends in theoretical teaching in all e-learning platform. In addition to, there are some dangerous experiment, and also lack of chemicals and lack of time and high cost of laboratory setup. So we create the first virtual labs platform for school students in MENA to allow them to conduct the science experiment in an online environment that simulates the traditional laboratory and has all lab equipment and chemicals, and customized for each student according to his curriculum. So we provide them unlimited experiment anytime, anywhere, without any danger, and also save the money, time for school and teacher. With video, it can be entered vlab.com. After that, choose the experiment, and then select the experiment from the list of experiment, and then select the tool of this experiment from VLab library, and then conduct all steps of this experiment in virtual table without any danger, with very easy. And also there are black include all information about the theoretical framework of this experiment. With this platform, student can do any experiment, anytime, anywhere, with very easy, with through any device. This video this video displays some experiments in VLab platform. We try to cover a lot of experiments in all fields, chemistry and physics and geology, and all levels to pre and university education, to help all students to conduct their experiment. All instructions in B.Ed are now available in Arabic and in English, in addition to sign language to help the student with hearing disability.
Wow, very interesting.
There are a lot of changes in B.Ed
Okay.
platform.
Okay, thank you for your kind presentation. Excellent, Mumtaz. Thank you for your sharing. Yeah, especially for your sharing your platform, pilabi.com. I think this the new platform for us in Indonesia. Thank you so much for your kind sharing this platform. So my highlight here, there is the types of students interaction in learning platform, that how to conducting the content, and how to develop teacher resource, and how to require students to join, because in this era, as the young age, the child could adopt easily more with the online platform, even in education, and of course in the games. I think this some what is parent problems in conducting online education for their children in their home. Thank you for your kind presentation, Muhammad Samir Nada from Egypt. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
okay,
much.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in the next session, because our time's limit for today, so in the last session, there are some presenter from our graduate lecturer and students from State Islamic University, Islamic Institute of Parepare. So the first presenter will deliver in English, and I invite Mrs. Sulfa to guide the first presenter. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the Welcome to the fourth sessions. In this session, there are 9 presenters, and they are lecturer on postgraduate program of State Islamic Institute of Parepare. The presenters in this session is Dr. Ali Halidin M.Pd, and the second presenter is Dr. Haji Rahman Ambok Masr, LC M.Ag. The third presenter is Dr. Ramli S.Ag M.Sc. The fourth presenter is Dr. Abdul Sunobi M.Pd. The fifth one is Dr. Haja Darmawati S.Ag M.Pd. The sixth one is Dr. Rahmawati S.Ag M.Ag, and the last one is Dr. Nurhayati M.Hum. I would like to inform to the presenters, because we have a very limited time. We give every presenter has 10 minutes to present the material, and then question and answering session will be in the end of this session. Okay, to make the time efficient, I invite the first presenter, Dr. Ali Halidin M.Pd, to present the material entitled Learning and Health Strategy. Yes, the microphone is yours, sir.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Ali, on Zoom meeting. The time available for you. Hello, Mr. Ali Halidin.
Hello, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
you will. Okay, time for you, Mr. Ali. Okay, 10
Yeah.
minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for the moderator, Mr. Andu Dr. Andi Bahri and Dr. Zulfa M.Pd, and all the participants that attend this national conference this time. I would like to say hello, thank you very much, and all of my friends, all of the lectures at IAIN Parepare. Okay. My presentation is exactly about planning and strategy, planning and health strategy, but I'm trying to find my PowerPoint. Okay, yep. My
the host, you might show the slide.
Yes, okay, I'll try to find the PowerPoint presentations.
Yeah, okay. Control system. Oh, sorry, Mr. Ali. You can show your slide. You can show the slide by yourself.
Okay, actually, my presentation is about this title. Post-pandemic reconstruction for future education. This connected with this topic seminar. Okay. Post-pandemic reconstruction for future education. This exactly this topic of this conference has been questionable. Saya pakai laptop saja deh. Okay, well, okay, I'm sorry. My presentation is post-pandemic reconstruction for future education. This topic conference term is connected, assume or appear some problem and questions. Because if we say reconstruction for future education, we have to sure that the pandemic can destroy the education all over the world. So my big question in my presentation is learning quality in pandemic COVID-19 is questionable. Because this topic seems to predict that education in pandemic period, the first is assumes low quality. And second, teachers and students get stressed, but the parents more. And the third, scientific development is slowly growing up because of pandemic. But let me see, are all of the experts with their theory and article and thinking and ideas stay with this? For example, in low quality, yeah.
Okay, please continue.
One article written by Hani Morgan, the title Best Practices for Implementing Remote Learning During a Pandemic. Best practice for implementing remote learning during a pandemic. There are standards to be constructed. So their construction is not coming after pandemic outbreak, but the reconstruction should starting point right now on pandemic era. We should make a strategy, a step to make some reconstructions. According to Hani Morgan in her article, the first is providing effective online education. Of course, because this pandemic area, every student and every lecturer or teachers just staying at home. The teacher teaching from home and the student learning from their home also. So there is a online effective education. And also from Hani Morgan, should be many standards for this learning. The first is digital citizen. Of course, this pandemic era move on all learning style from offline to be online. All of the students starting from elementary school till university students, college students start learning by digital or using a technology. Yeah. Students use technology in safe and legal ways. This is a standard. Never mind, no problem. The student can use technology, digital learning, but in safe and legal ways, because not from internet are good for the students. And the second knowledge construction. Yes, applying effective research methods, find information for their creative and intellectual pursuits. This process encourages, yes, this process encourage the development of theories and ideas. And the third, innovative designer. What does it mean is this? The student design new solution for real world. Come to the point according to taxonomy Bloom that the real world, the reality, the problem, a student can face their problem, their life with reality life. Or maybe the learning style can be moved, can be changed by HOTS. Yeah, I mean HOTS here, higher order thinking skill. So the question, the teacher asks the student not just the questions, what does it mean, but how can you solve your problem? This is high order thinking skill. If the teacher asks by what is the meaning, what does it mean, what's the theory, this is according to taxonomy Bloom is LOTS theory, lower order thinking skill, and we do not use it in this technology. And the next, computational thinker. Student collect the data and analyze them to make decisions and problem solve. Next, creative communicator. Student produce new content by customizing it for their intended audience. And then broadcasting student perspective, and the last, independent learning and accommodative student needs. And for the completely theory, you can download this article written by Hani Morgan, the title Best Practice for Implementing Remote Learning During a Pandemic. Okay, we back again to the main slide. Scientific teachers, students get stressed, but the parents more. Yes, because why? The teacher get stressed and student moving learning style from offline to online. Need some tools, need some tools, and need expensive or high cost, of course. And we can see here the title written by Balora. Yes, Mr. Balora. The title is Knowledge, Attitude, Anxiety, and Coping Strategies of Students During COVID-19 Pandemic. What's Balorang said? Balorang said, it is necessary to address student mental health during the COVID-19 problems. Why it should only the students to treat the mental healing? Yes, only the student can got the high stress. How about the teachers? The teachers is, of course, no problem, safe. Just staying at home, no stress. They get salary. This is especially according to me. Okay, after pandemic, the one step to deconstruct is mental healing for the student, because maybe staying at home in longer time, maybe several months, the student couldn't affect their learning to growing up, because it's different environment between home and school, or school learning move to the home schooling. This is according to Balora, Mr. Balora, and the full theory for Balorang research you can download, you can see or write this article published on Journal of Loss and Trauma. Okay, we back again to the main slide. Okay, scientific development is slowly. The development of the knowledge because of pandemic outbreak is coming slowly. Why? This is according to the one article written by Rowan and friends. The title is Using Video as Pedagogy for Globally Connected Learning About the Pandemic. According to Rowan and his friend, the concept of sharing video recorded perception pandemic between social work classroom was developing. So no problem with this pandemic. Even pandemic counts to the students can make their learning style to be more creative. And also the teachers in the school, even just staying at home, they can give or send some materials, what the student needs. But the material, of course, different with the material when they are doing the learning in regular class or offline class. Yes, this is according to Rowan. Because time is limited, I just faster this slide. And the next, the follow-up. This my research to support. There are 3 theories from Rowan, Balorang, and Hani Morgan. My student research is about audiovisual presentation in pandemic era, a strategy to increasing the students' learning quality. Yes, this survey aims to look after how good is the learning quality of the elementary school students in the pandemic period after implementing the online learning due to the spread of the COVID-19 virus worldwide. This is the purpose. Under research method, this research using the pre-experimental design, pretest and posters. This research focused on when the students conduct online learning due to the COVID-19 outbreak. The object this research is a class student who is attending elementary school 220 of Pindrang Regency, located in Tatai Village, Sulawesi Province, Indonesia. And the main finding or the result of the research, this found indicates the quality of student learning at the time before using the media, visual presentation, and audio. It shows the result of a score of 77 as a maximum score and 48 as a minimum score, with a median of 56.00 and mean and average value of 58.09. And the second, from the quantitative data, it can be said that the quality of learning using audiovisual presentation is high because it was found an increasing score from 58.09, and when it rose to 75.78, the weighting value is quite high, namely 17.69% of the value of 75.78, up more than 58.09. The source output pair sample statistic. Okay, I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much, and I back to the moderator. Assalamualaikum. Pakai laptop nih. Lah, pakai sidang. Pakai laptop. Nggak ada PowerPoint sini tuh? Nggak ada PowerPoint tuh? Di sini? Oh iya.
Tinggal di saja nanti sudah itu kan silang di waktu. Di September kembali.
Dr. Andi, please unmute your microphone. Dr. Andi, please unmute your microphone. We can't hear you. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the troubles. Thank you much for the presenter, Mr. Ali, before. The next presenter, I will invite Dr. Haji Rahman Nambok Mas M.Ag. He will present on economic, Sharia economic, بالموضوع مساهمة فتاوى الهيئة الشرعية الوطنية التابع لمجلس العلماء الإندونيسي لوسطية الاقتصادية الإسلامية في إندونيسيا. He will present in Arabic. Time is yours. Okay, please تفضل أستاذنا الكريم رحمن الدكتور رحمن نبوك مس كان تخرج من جامعة الأزهر الشريف. تفضل.
Baik, syukran. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Syukran ala mutaba'atikum. Syukran ala tayyib yasuruni an uqaddim ilaikum muhadarat باللغة العربية تحت عنوان مساهمة فتاوى الهيئة الشرعية الوطنية التابع لمجلس العلماء الإندونيسي لوسطية الاقتصادية الإسلامية في إندونيسيا. طبعا كما نعرف أن اللغة العربية من اللغة الرسمية في الأمم المتحدة، ولذلك في هذا الوقت أتكلم باللغة العربية. من المتفق عليه أن أحكام الشرعية الإسلامية كأحد القوانين التي اعترفها كيان المسلمين بإندونيسيا، وينبغي أن يكون مصدرا في ممارسة التعليم الدينية التي لا تقتصر على المساحات العبادة خاصة، ولكن الشريعة الإسلامية يعني الفقه يجب تنفيذها في المجال المعاملة أيضا كالمتعلقة بالقوانين الأحوال الشخصية، وكذلك المتعلقة بقوانين الأعمال والأنشطة الاقتصادية المعروفة باسم المعاملة المالية والاقتصادية. من الناحية الواقعية والقانونية أن سلطة الهيئة الشرعية الوطني التابع لمجلس العلماء الإندونيسي قد تم اعترافها من قبل التشريعات في إندونيسيا كمؤسسة التي تسوق مبادئ الشريعة في مجال الاقتصادية الإسلامية. إن الفتاوى هيئة الشريعة الوطنية التابعة لمجلس العلماء الإندونيسي لديها مساهمة كبيرة لمراقبة نظام المصرفية الإسلامية في إندونيسيا شرعيا. ومن جانب آخر كانت أنشطة الاقتصادية متغيرا بتغير الأزمنة والأمكنة، فإن موقف هيئة الشريعة الوطني مهمة في تصدير الفتاوى التي تجعل مصدرا للأحكام ضمن أن مؤسسة المالية سواء كانت المصرفية أو غير المصرفية تتوافق باستمرار مع مبادئ الشريعة في نظام معاملتها. وقد أصبحت الشريعة الإسلامية في مجال المعاملات مصدرا في صياغة القوانين المصرفية الإسلامية والزكاة والوقف في إندونيسيا. من خلال نظرية الوجود أصبحت أحكام الشريعة الإسلامية معروفة كجزء من القانون الوطني التي يتم استيعابه من خلال دستور عام 1945، مع أن أحكام الشريعة الإسلامية ليست مستقلة ولكنها جزء من لا يتجزأ من النظام القانوني الوطني في إندونيسيا. Mungkin slide ya, share slide, host. طيب إن أول
excuse me ممكن أن تشاهد نفسكم يا أستاذ. You may yourself you show your slide.
لكن alone.
Okay. The host you might show. Okay. Please you continue.
Thank you.
Okay.
طيب أنا أستمر. إن أول افتتاح البنوك الإسلامية في إندونيسيا بدأت بأول التسعينات، حيث فتح أول البنك الإسلامي وهي يسمى البنك المعاملات. من خلال هذه التجربة فمنذ بداية التسعينات كان نظرية المعاملة الاقتصاد الإسلامي يطبقها في مجال التمويل والبنوك الإسلامية عمليا، خصوصا في إندونيسيا. وكان أحد المؤسسات التي تحث على تأسيس البنك المعاملات هي هيئة مجلس العلماء الإندونيسي. وكانت هيئة الشريعة الوطني من أحد الهيئات التي تحت رعاية مجلس العلماء الإندونيسي، ووظيفتها هي إصدار فتاوى في مجال المعاملات والاقتصاد الإسلامي. طيب saya tidak bisa share ini ya slide saya. فهيئة الشريعة الوطني أصدرت الفتاوى في مجال الاقتصاد الإسلامي، ثم يترجمها هيئة المراقبة الوطني للبنوك ومؤسسات التمويلية أو البنك المركزي في إندونيسيا، يترجمها هذه الفتاوى ويرسمها للمؤسسات المصرفية والتمويلية الإسلامية في إندونيسيا. وكثيرا نرى أن الفتاوى التي ترجمتها إلى القوانين والقرارات ممكن نرى أن في القرارات المحكمة القضاة بعضها يترجم إلى القوانين يسمى Undang-Undang Nomor 21 tahun 2008 القانون البنك الإسلام، وبعضها يترجم إلى القرارات هيئة المراقبة الوطنية أو يسمى OJK، القرارات الOJK، وبعضها الفتاوى يترجم إلى القانون الصكوك الذي اصدرتها مجلس الشورى في إندونيسيا. وأيضا وكثير هذه الفتاوى يترجم إلى القوانين والقرارات. طيب نشوف أن مركز شهر كوان شريعة يعني المؤسسة التمويلية في إندونيسيا حوالي 8% مقابل مقابل 92% للمؤسسات التمويلية التقليدية. وحتى الآن أن الفتاوى التي أصدرت من هيئة الشريعة الوطني كان أصدر الفتاوى التي تتعلق بقضايا المعاملات والاقتصادية الإسلامية حوالي 130 فتوى. طيب نشوف أيضا كيف تأثير هذه الفتاوى في
عفوا دكتور عبد الرحمن انتظر شوية نساعدكم بالمقالات بPowerPoint.
Saya kirim itu di grup webinar.
Oh, nah. Oke. Ana سأساعدكم.
أنا أرسل المقالات إلى جروب ويبينار.
ايوه
موجود؟
يا دكتور. نعم نعم وجدت. انا سأساعد. استمر يا دكتور.
نعم.
حضرتك يا.
يعني طيب كان تأثير الفتاوى في تأثير في تقديم البنك والتمويل الإسلامية في إندونيسيا. حتى الآن أن البنك العامة بنك الشريعة العامة حوالي 14 البنوك الإسلامية، و يسيطر على total asset التي يسيطرها حوالي 350 تريليون. والماركت شير المؤسسات التمويلية في إندونيسيا كان يسيطر على total asset حوالي 1160 تريليون حتى في هذه السنة 2000. طيب هذا قد أتكلم المحاضرة الموضوع عن مساهمة الفتاوى التحرير الشرعية الوطنية التابع لمجلس العلماء الإندونيسي لوسطية الاقتصادية الإسلامية في إندونيسيا. طيب وشكرا. سأرجع هذا الميكروفون إلى مودراتور. تفضل مودراتور.
طيب، بكل سرور بما ألقيتم في هذه الندوة من المحاضرة عن الاقتصاد الإسلامي. Thank you very much for your sharing nice kind knowledge on Islamic banking in the case of Indonesia. It's very informative sharing, I think. والعفو من المشاهدين الكرام أن أستوفيكم جميعا بأن المقالة لأستاذنا دكتور عبد الرحمن we will share to you by your email because we could not find for screen one. Okay, for the next presenter we will invite Ms. Yaumi or Ms. Sulfa. Time is yours.
Material will be presented by Dr. Abdul and Dr. Kaharbin Ramli from Education and Islamic Broadcasting Study Program. And now I invite Bapak Dr. Ramli and Dr. Kaharbin Ramli. Now the microphone belongs to you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for this time. Before let's introduce ourselves to the participant. We are the team from the Islamic Communication Department in Postgraduate Parepare Islamic University, and in the time we will elaborate and explain about article on the title "Reaching of Communication Strategies in the Post-Pandemic Period." And to presentation this title, I will give a good time to our brother, our partner, to explain and deliver this title. Please, our brother.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm honored. And I want to thank the executive committee, all of moderator, all of speaker, and all of participants. This afternoon, I want to explain my title presentation about creation of communication strategy in the post-pandemic period. Currently,
I'm sorry, Dr. Ramli. May we move to the moderator room?
yeah, maybe would you hello, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Ya nanti di moderator semua iya. Mau terbang semua. Itu kan Pak Ali sekali jadi ketua tadi bosnya Pak Ali. Mau habis dari jalan Ali. Anda sampai jangan toh? Iya.
Okay, I'm very sorry for inconvenience. Now our presenter will try to find out good connections.
Okay. Thank you very much for special moderator this afternoon. And thank you for all speakers and participants. My title presentation this afternoon is Reaching of Communication Strategies in Post-Pandemic Periods. Currently, COVID-19 has a global scale emergency situation. As officially stated by World Health Organization, COVID-19 has become a pandemic extraordinary event. Responding to the government policy related to the COVID-19 pandemic on large-scale social distancing in government regulation on large-scale social distancing in the content of health COVID-19. Implementation of large-scale social distancing has an impact on the main activities or written activities of the community. Next, implementation of da'wah. First one, frequency and intensity. Da'wah is an activity to convey the teaching of Islam as a process of create a religion society. Its implementation can be done by anyone who has knowledge of the religion of Islam. The implementation of da'wah is form of guidance, the process of providing assistance to individual or group to be able to live in harmony with the purpose and instruction of God, so they can achieve the happiness of life in this world and hereafter. And the next purpose of communication strategy. The purpose of da'wah strategy, communication da'wah, first, ensuring the message of preaching is received, ensuring the message of preaching is understood, ensuring the message of preaching can be carried out. The concept of Islamic teaching is not only limited to the vertical relationship between a servant and his Lord, but also the horizontal relationship between human and others. Islam is a teaching that's concerned with social aspect, especially the problem of healthcare. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided guidance of healthcare. However, health maintenance efforts are also inseparable from the rule of the government or the authorities in area. The next component of Asian communication strategy, the activities in the post-pandemic period must be well planned. Therefore, there must be synergy in several elements, namely the text of the day. Second one, the target of da'wah is entire community. Third, the message of da'wah, which include akidah, worship, sharia, and moral. And the last one, the implementation of da'wah must use method in conveying Islamic teaching. And the last, media is needed to deliver program propaganda message. And next, strategic plan. There are 4 stages in the da'wah communication stage plan, namely situation analysis, developing objective and strategies, implementing a strategic plan, and measuring the result of da'wah activities. Situation analysis is used research to conduct of situation analysis, develop of strategic action plan for first problem of the Ummah, especially for problem forming worship that has been identified previously. The last principle of da'wah, first one, dafwa dararah wal mafasid, avoid harm and damage, dafwa al madarri muqaddamu ala jalb al manafi, rejecting danger must take precedence over benefit. And the last, dararu yuzalu shar'an, according to the shara, the danger must be eliminated. I think that's my presentation. And the last I say, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Ramli S.Ag, M.Sc, and the partner, Bapak Dr. Kaharuddin Ramli AG. Next, we will move to the next presentations. This presentation will be delivered by Dr. Abdul M.Pd and team. And to
Thank
short
you.
the time, yeah, thank you, sir. To short the time, I invite the presenters to present the material. The time is yours, sir. Yeah, I say, okay, I need to inform that you have 10 minutes to present the material because we have a very limited time, so I'm very sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to say great thanks for moderator. So I'd like to say the honorable all the keynote speaker, their excellencies, all the participants in this virtual international conference today. So actually, I'm together with my students. So my students, they will present about 3 titles, different titles, because we have a limited time, 10 minutes, according to the moderators. So actually, I want to add my time 25 minutes because I am together with my student, but unfortunately from the moderator say that it is my time with my team, together with my team, 10 minutes. So to shorten the time, I would like to invite one by one of my students. The best is Utari Ustam. She is going to explain about video-based learning. And the second presenter is Andi Nurpadilla. She is going to explain about Songko Reca. This is talking about culture, Bukinese culture. It is a very interesting title because she is going to explain about culture. And the last speaker is Jukriyanti Tahang. She is going to explain about management classroom to appreciate the moderator and time. I directly invite the test speaker. So time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon for all the participants from all over the world joining this international conference. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And in this occasion, I'd like to present my paper entitled Video-Based Learning and Implementation on Advanced Learners in Previous Class. This presentation will cover 4 parts. The first is introduction. The second is related literature. The next is methodology. And the last is findings and discussions. Let's start with the first point, introduction. The widespread of English learning videos nowadays reveal that technology has been integrated in English language teaching. The use of video can facilitate the students in more interesting learning activities because they can get different learning experience when it can be implemented by teachers effectively. Using videos in teaching is actually not a new methodology, although at first it was not designed for educational purposes, but videos nowadays have undertaken a unique cycle of adoption in the teaching process. A number of studies in teaching through video-based learning has been conducted, And the results show that teaching by PBL has positive effects towards students' achievement. Besides, learning through video is also effective in boosting students' attitude in learning, especially in enhancing student satisfaction and motivation in learning. In this advanced technology era, however, teachers have to face some challenge in utilizing the video in the classroom, and one of the challenges is the teachers have to develop themselves as creators in producing educative and creative video to fulfill their students' needs in learning activities. This background led the researchers to find out the effect of implementation on PBLs, and the second is to explore students' obstacles in using it. That's all about the introduction. Now we move to the related literature. There are two theories supporting this research. The first is videos in English classroom. There are at least 3 goals in using video. The first is to facilitate the development of EFL learners' language skills. The second is to cultivate students' competence of intercultural communication. And the third is to cultivate students' aesthetic values and ability to appreciate English videos of artistic values. In integrating video in the classroom, teachers played a very important role. For example, the first is to anticipate technical problems in teaching, and the second is to choose appropriate video content. The second is the technique of teaching by using video. There are two theories proposed by Harmer. The first is viewing techniques, including fast-forward, silent viewing, freeze framing, and partial viewing. The second is listening and mixed techniques, including the pictureless listening and picture of speech. Now we are going to move to the methodology of this research. This research was designed in quantitative experimental research. Next. 30, which include 30 students of junior high school grade. In collecting the data, pretest and post-test, observation and interview were used. Treatment and observation were given between the pretest and the post-test, while interview was given after the post-test. Statistical analysis was applied for the data from tests, while qualitative analysis was applied for the data from interview and observation. The result of the pre-test and post-test didn't show significant differences, although student scores increased. However, the result of observation showed students' improvement in attitudes. They are motivated in learning through videos. In the implementation of video-based learning, teacher divided learning into 3 phases, namely pre-activities, main activities, and post-activities. The next, the result of interview showed that there are 3 obstacles students undergo in using video. The first is internet-related problem. The second is scheduled time for using handphone, especially at school day. And the third is ineffective group chat when they discuss lesson from the video, since many chats sent at the same time. As the conclusion, despite the result of pretest and post-test, which didn't show significant differences, although student scores increased, the positive effect on students' attitude in learning should be taken into consideration to implement PBL in the English class. However, PBL teaching techniques presented in this study are recommended to be applied since they assist teachers in creating enjoyable learning process. That's all about the presentation today. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, it was the presentation. So the next, I move to the second presenters. Yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the great opportunity that has given to me to present
my article about the culture. Okay, on this occasion, I'm going to present and introduce one of Buginese cultural heritage or classical Buginese identity from South Sulawesi. Okay, the title is Community Perception in the Use of Songkorecha Head Based on Social Stratification. Okay, there is the picture in the slide. The picture is Songkorecha. Okay, the next. Actually, Songkorecha is a typical head of Bugis tribe in Bone Regency, who is used by men as a crown of honor. That also a symbol of the classical Buginese identity of an era. Actually, the past, the people, Songkorecha was a mandatory headgear that is used when wanting to visit relatives or family, as well head coverings that must be used when there is royal events. But actually, the people do not understand or do not about the history of existence of Songkorecha. So this happens because of the project awareness loss of the importance of the culture, local role of the nation identity, which must continue to be maintained its authenticity or ownership. Okay, here there are two problems based on the background. Actually, the first problem is the community perception of Songkorecha, and the second, the failure of system in Songkorecha. Okay, about overview of Songkorecha. Actually, Songkorecha is a royal army clothing when the war between the kingdoms in South Sulawesi between Toraja and Bone. Because of it's difficult to distinguish between enemies and friends, so Arung Palaka proposed to use of Songkorecha as a sign on the head of a differentiator. In 1983, actually Arung Palaka attacked Tanah Toraja and the reign of the first king of Bone named Andi Mapanuki in 1983. At that time, Songkorecha that was used could show the social strata on the rear, and 1933, Songkorecha was thrown as an official head as well, a sign of greatness for the king and the nobles. Actually, the Bugis community in Bone knows this head by three names. The first name is Songkorecha, and the second name is Songko Paniring Ulawang, and the third Songko Tabone. Yeah, Songkorecha actually referring to the process of making up the raw material. Actually, the material commonly used in the palm leaf midrib, which is beaten until only the fibers remain. So the term in indigenous language is recha or urecha or urecha. So the first name is Songkorecha, and the second name Songko Paniring Ulawang. Actually, Paniring is used for mentioning according to decoration, and Songko Tabone is making the origin of the cap, which is the Bone region. Actually, I think that's all from my explanation. Okay, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, directly. Yeah, this is the last of my students. Yeah, 3 minutes.
Okay, so assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so thank you so much for having me here. Before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Tahang. I am a student of postgraduate student of Studies Islamic Institute of Parepare, Indonesia. So the title for my presentation today is about learning management system of LMS of Edmodo to boost students' engagement in English class. So let's move to the introduction. So in introduction, I'm going to talk about technology. As we know that technology has been developed by the government or of the world to develop or to facilitate teaching and learning process. So in technology has brought a learning management system, LMS of Edmodo, and then it can give contribution to education. So the contribution for education, the first one is to create instructional materials to enable teachers share content, quizzes, assignments, manage communication with the students, college, and parents. And the second contribution is to study or learn together with the worldwide reach of the internet. And the third one is to help or to give the chance education to become effective and efficient education that is available to everyone and everywhere. Okay, next, let's move to the next slide. It is about the problem area. So why we should concern about this title or this theme, because mostly the problem is, especially in Pinra, in my village, South Sulawesi, Indonesia, is the teachers are doubtful to use any kinds of platforms such as Edmodo. Why? Because they are still prefer teaching by traditional way, so it made the students lazy to join their class. So as the teacher right now, especially in 21st century in the COVID-19, that mostly the student must study through the online class. So the teacher should be bring something new in every lesson process. So student always interest using language teaching media or ICT in learning process. So this is the solution. The one of the solution for us is use Edmodo in teaching language, especially English language, and then the student can have students engagement. Okay, next, let's move to the methodology. Sorry, the first one I'm going to explain about what is Edmodo. Edmodo is one of an educational online tool that and free social learning network for teachers, students, and schools. So this tool is aimed for students and teachers to interact in more flexible environment. Next, so why secure problem issue student safety and privacy? So we can use Edmodo because it is safe for the students. The students just need to join the class by using the code, and then it will help the students to join the class without knowing their privacy. So the teacher has full management control. Next, let me explain about the methodology in this.
Conclusion.
Yes, thank you. So the methodology, there is systematic review, in-depth review, and then inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, constant comparative method. And then the last is the result. So the result from this research is, the research from this research is about this study reviewed 20 articles of journal about Edmodo. So 14 of articles indicated that Edmodo will help the student to learn and engage in English class, and others were about experiences and responses toward Edmodo. So as the conclusion for this presentation is, Edmodo can give the contribution and can open the teacher's mind right now that they must use online platform such as Edmodo. It will be easy to be used, and then it is free, no advertisement, and then it can be accessed everywhere and anywhere. I think that's all for today. Thank you so much. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, okay. I think that's all my presentation in this international conference. Yeah, because we had limited time, and we are together with my student from postgraduate program. So by reciting Hamdalah, I close this presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Pak Aris and students. Great. Very interesting point for the the leader of English department of graduate program of Islamic State Islamic Institute of Yayan Parepare. He has conducting his student to present some article and of course sharing some knowledge. Dearest participants, and next presenter will be delivered in Arabic. I invite Dr. Rahmawati M.Pd. ستتكلم بالموضوع استعمال التكنولوجيا في التعليم اللغة العربية في عصر الوباء. تفضل بقدومكم في هذه الغرفة وفي هذا المكتب. Please have a chair. Thank you. Please enjoy. Time is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا جزيلا في هذا الفرصة. الآن فضيلة رئيس الجامعة الإسلامية الحكومية باريباري وفضيلة المتحدثون أو المتكلمون وفضيلة أيضا رئيس الجلسة وأيها السادة وأيها الجمهور الكريم أعزائي الحضور الجمهور الكرام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام.
الحمد لله الذي بعبده المحترم دعانا إليه باسمه وقد نادانا لبيك يا من دلنا وحبانا. الحمد لله العزيز الجبار مقوّر الليل على النهار ورفع السماء بغير عمد وأجر الأنهار. ونصلي ونسلم على نبي المختار عدد كل خط في الأبحار وعلى آله وأصحابه الأحيار ومن استنى بسنته واحتدى بالحج وفمع الجنة وحوف من النار. أما بعد، شكرا. أنا إن شاء الله الباحث في هذا اليوم عن الموضوع استعمال التكنولوجيا في تعليم اللغة العربية في عصر الوباء. ولكن في هذا الوقت الباحثان هذا اليوم يعني خصوصا من الطالب قسم اللغة العربية خصوصا الماجستير بقسم اللغة العربية. شكرا. استعمال التكنولوجيا لتعليم اللغة العربية في عصر الوباء لا يمكن إنكار عن استعمال التكنولوجيا من أنظمة التعلم عبر على الإنترنت خلال من وباء كوفيد-19 له بالتأكيد جوانب إيجابية وسلبية. الجانب الإيجابي للتعلم عبر على الإنترنت وواحد يحتم حرية التعبير عن أفكار الطلاب التي لا تظهر أثناء المحاضرات وجها لوجه بسبب الحجل أو التردد أو الخوف أو حتى ليس لديه مهارات لفظية جيدة. بالإضافة إلى ذلك يمكن أن يساعد التعلم عبر الإنترنت أيضا الطلاب الذين يعيشون في مناطق نائية ويجدون صعوبة في الوصول إلى الحرم الجامعي أو السراج الزماني، خاصة الطلاب الذين يدرسون أثناء العمل. وفي حين أن الجانب السلبي من أنظمة التعلم عبر على الإنترنت وأنه ليس كل الطلاب لديهم نفس المستوى من الفهم بالنسبة للطلاب الذين يتسمون بالاجتهاد وسهولة استيعاب المعلومات. سيتم استيعاب طريقة التعلم عبر الإنترنت بسهولة ولكن بالنسبة لأولئك الذين ليسوا على دراية بالطريقة فمن المحتمل أنه سيكون من الصعب ليس فقط استيعاب المحاضرة عبر الإنترنت التي يقدمها المحاضر ولكن أيضا القدرة على التكيف مع التطبيق التكنولوجية المستخدمة في الأنشطة التدريس والتعليم. شكرا. ولكن مباشرة الباحث الثاني من الطالب خصوصا قسم اللغة العربية الآن فليتفضل. اسمه حاج شهر الخليل.
طيب تفضل بقلة الوقت نستخدم.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام.
أهلا ومرحبا بكم جميعا وشكرا على هذه الفرصة الذي أعطاني وقبل دخول الموضوع الباحث ألقي التحية أولا إلى رئيس الجامعة الحكومية الإسلامية في باريباري وفضيلة الأستاذ الدكتور رئيس الماجستير في جامعة الحكومية الإسلامية في باريباري وفضيلة رئيس الجلسة وكل من المتحدثين والمتكلمون في هذه المحاضرة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أكرر مرة ثانية كلمة السلام لعل كلنا جميعا في سلام وأمان الله. أما موضوعنا في هذا اليوم أي موضوع استعمال التكنولوجيا في عصر الوباء، وهذا بتمام قسمي في ماجستير وهي قسم اللغة. هيا بنا جميعا ننظر هذا الموضوع. تعلم اللغة العربية على الإنترنت من خلال جرأتي في بوائي كوفيد-19 أو 19. اللغة عبارة عن جملة أو كلمة يستخدمها شخص لسكب محتويات قلبه وعقله المتعدد على المتعدد. اللغة هي أداة رئيسية للبشر للتفاعل مع الآخرين. اللغة العربية للشعب الإندونيسي هي لغة أجنبية وليست لغة أصلية. تعلم اللغة العربية لطلاب الإندونيسية كلغة أجنبية يختلف بالتأكيد عن التعلم الإندونيسي بالنسبة لغتهم. لغة الإندونيسية هي كلغة الأم. من هنا علم أن اللغة الأجنبية الجديدة طبعا ستتأثر دائما في بنية الكلمات والجمل باللغة الأم التي سادت. فيما يتعلق بكيفية الحكم على تعلم اللغة العربية فإن العديد من وجهات النظر غير متجانسة، أي آراء مختلفة في هذه تعلم اللغة العربية. يرى بعض أن اللغة العربية هو لغة دينية، لأن اللغة العربية تعتبر أداة لدراسة وفهم النصوص العربية هناك أيضا ما يجادل بأن اللغة العربية هو تعلم اللغة الأمومية الإسلامية. هذا الرأي ليس خاطئا أيضا، لأن غالبية العلوم الإسلامية تشير بالفعل إلى اللغة العربية، والبعض يرى أن تعلم اللغة العربية هو تعلم اللغات.
Excuse me, the limit time. Okay. تفضي إلى الخلاصة.
موضوعنا هذا اليوم وبصرف النظر عن وجهات النظر المختلفة، إذا لاحظنا بعناية بأن تعلم اللغة العربية لا يمكن تعلمها وجها بوجه في الفصل على هذه الظروف، ولذلك تتطلب وهذا الظروف من المؤسسات التعليمية أن تبتكر في عملية التعلم. على نقطة التعلم عبر الإنترنت وهو في الشبكة، وهو أحد البدائل المطبقة في تعلم اللغة العربية. ولذلك هذا نقطة مهمة، وننظر في هذا الوقت قد انتهينا إلى هذا الموضوع، وشكرا على حسن استماعكم وإلى اللقاء. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. أشكركم جزيلا على محاضرتكم التي تلقي إلينا. طيب، أهمية اللغة العربية طبعا كلنا نعرف بأنها لها مهمة قوية في نشر الدين وفي تطبيق العلوم، إما التراث الإسلامية أو العلوم المعاصرة. طيب، أشكركم أستاذة وأستاذنا الفاضل.
شكرا جزيلا.
طيب، مع الشكر. Okay, excuse me, and ladies and gentlemen, for the last presenters, I will invite Dr. Rahmawati. Dr. Rahmawati for the last presenter, and the last session, I think, for Dr. Rahmawati and Dr. Nurhayati, and okay, the two last presenters. Time is yours, Ms. Dr. Rahmawati. She will talk about Islamic family law. Time is yours.
Thank you, the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon for all participants. We shall present the result of research conducted by one of the students in the study program Islamic Family Law, postgraduate IAIN Parepare, with the title The Understanding of Jamaah Tabligh about Family Livelihood and its implication toward the fulfillment of wife right. What is Jamaah Tabligh? Jamaah Tabligh is the movement of globally non-political missionary which focus on persuading Muslims to practice Islam again, as it was practiced during the life of Prophet Muhammad, and especially in the case of ritual, clothes, and personal behavior. This movement was established in 1927 by Muhammad Ilyas Al-Kandawi in Mewat, India. And What is something interesting in this study? As we know that the religious understanding of Jama'at Tabligh was now term khuruj fi sabilillah. What is khuruj fi sabilillah? Khuruj fi sabilillah, namely leaving the house for the preaching in the predical time, such as 3 days in 1 month and continued by 40 days in each year and complete 1 year in this lifetime. If during the preaching the husband neglect his obligation as the family head, especially in giving the living either material or non-material, then it will cause the family lives in poverty. Why is it important to be investigated? In the context of family law, wives living is known in 2 forms, such as physical living and the mental one. Nevertheless, in some regulation of the law in Indonesia, family living tends to be oriented on the physical living or material thing, such as the compilation of Islamic law or KHI. We can see Article 80, paragraph 2 and paragraph 4. And in the marriage law, in the Constitution, Undang-Undang Nomor 1 Tahun 1974, we can see Article 34, paragraph 1. And in the Constitution Book of Civil Law, namely KUH Perdata, we can see Article 107, paragraph 2 KUH Perdata. Therefore, Usman, one of the student of Islamic Family Law study program of postgraduate IAIN Parepare, conducts the research about concept of family living and its implication on the fulfillment of wives' rights in the Jama'at Tabligh community in Polman, West Sulawesi. This research focused on 3 problems, such as the first sub-problem, how is the understanding of Jama'at Tabligh on family what implication on the fulfillment of wives' rights for Jama'at Tabligh when khuruj fi sabilillah? Now, the research result on these 3 problems will be explained further by researcher Rusman. Next, this time, Rusman, falyatafaddal mashkura.
Assalamualaikum.
Ya, waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, please continue the limit time. We have limit time, Rusman.
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillah nastamirru ma tatabayyan Dr.Rahmawati M.Ag lil fahmi jami tabligh fi nafkatil usrah. Hal yang pertama, mafahimu jam'i tablighi bi ita'i nafkatin zahiratin wa batinatin ila zawjati ila kharajah. Cara talahu bi fahmi jam'i tablighi nafkatan wa mafsadatan ila haqqil usrah. Di antara daripada pemahaman jamak tabligh berkaitan tentang nafkah, salah satu dialog kami terhadap informan, lalu sampaikan nahnu jam'u tablighi fi fahmi nafkati zawjatin fal halu la farqa baina ghairihi hum sawa'un wa dhalika al amrul mutlaqu wa huwa yajibu ayu'tiya nafkata zawjatin fi kulli yaumin. Dalam hal ini jamak tabligh memberikan pemahaman, memberikan interpretasi bahwa tidak ada perbedaan antara kelompok jamak tabligh dengan bukan kelompok jamak tabligh mengenai tentang pemberian nafkah. Semuanya wajib untuk memberikan nafkah kepada istri. Inilah yang digarisbawahi wadzalika al-amrul mutlaq. Dalam hal ini adalah perkara yang mutlak yang tidak bisa diganggu gugat untuk tidak memberikan nafkah kepada istri. Itu menurut pemahaman jamak tabligh. Wa huwa yajibu ayyuti nafkata zawjati. Hello?
Excuse me, Rusman, any trouble with the voice in your place, maybe? So I will limit your time, just 3 minutes. Okay, please continue.
Salah satu pemahaman di antara jamak tabligh berkaitan tentang nafkah bahwa tidak ada perbedaan berkaitan tentang nafkah di luar jamak tabligh atau di dalam jamak tabligh. Semuanya wajib untuk memberikan nafkah. Beliau sampaikan bahwa yajibu ayyu'tiya nafkah zawjatin fi kulli yaumin. Wajib memberikan nafkah istri pada setiap hari. Nah, yang menjadi problem di sini disebutkan al-mujtami'ul muhitu la yafhamunahu. Masyarakat di sekitar banyak tidak memahami konsep yang dibawa oleh jamak tabligh. Wa dzalika jam'u tablighi lahu tartibun fastifai haqqi kullihi. Jamak tabligh itu punya aturan tersendiri, punya mekanisme sendiri berkaitan tentang pemenuhan hak nafkah terhadap keluarganya. Itu diantaranya. Terus selanjutnya,
sorry to stop you presentation because some voice disturb us in Zoom meeting. Okay, we get your point. Thank you very much. Yes, Usman. Okay.
Yes. استمر.
لا ممكن أن تقرأ أو تلقي خلاصة من البحث عندكم. لأن نسمع صوت يوسوسنا في طيب من مكانكم. شكرا أقول لكم بهذه الندوة. نتمنى بلقاء بندوات تالية. شكرا جزاكم الله خيرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Okay, thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Rusman, please any khulasa, fakat khulasa tulki. Okay. عفوا بهذه المدى
استمر.
لا خلاص.
كيف تطبيق جمع التبليغ بإيتاء نفقة إلى زوجة؟
خلاص عفوا.
يجب عدة ترك زوجه.
عفوا يكفيكم
الوقت. نعم.
شكرا. So the last presenter we will invite by Bu Sulfa. Thank you very much.
This is the last material today, and the material will be presented by Dr. Nurhayati M.Hum, and she will present the material entitled Analysis of the Determinant of Society Disobedient during pandemic COVID-19. To short the time, and Prof is looking. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks to moderator to give me time to, inshallah, I am the last present today. The title my present, the largest determinant of society's disobedience during the pandemic of COVID-19, case study South Sulawesi. Abstract. The study aims to know factors influence the disobedience of society during the pandemic of COVID-19, since there are many society holds together and do not follow the appeal from the government to stay at home and apply health protocols. The study used quantitative approach by using questionnaires and primary data. There are two independent variables within this research, namely fatalism and political issue. The objects of this study is South Sulawesi, Indonesia. It is because one of the province from 5 biggest case of COVID-19 outcome of Java, and has been increasing over times. Also, the governor of South Sulawesi already announced to have a strict policy to the lockdown. Yet, the result does not have significantly changed. Thus, the author wants to know what is the most influencing factor that makes to society disobedience toward the rule. The outbreak of COVID pandemic already exists December in Wuhan, China. In the early March, World Health Organization announced that COVID-19 become the global pandemic and is spread all over the world, including Indonesia. According to Muhammad A.S. Khan, state that the virus spreading in the 5 into 2 ways, namely animal to human and human to human. The rate of human transferring has been confirmed widely. Therefore, it needs to tackle the spread quickly before the number of cases increases. Therefore, in each nation makes to policy to maximize the effort in order to reduce the cases spreading. However, in fact, between the policy in the government and the societies is not to try and stay home and follow this all to health protocol. I think it's enough my stand. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Rahmawati and M.Hum. I think this is the last material for this session. I think there are a lot of questions from participants for these sessions, but I'm very sorry because we have a very limited time, and I conclude that pandemic COVID-19 brings change to all parties in our life. One of them is the education field. We expected that material presented by all keynote speakers and presenter will be usable references for us to ensure the quality of our education in and post-pandemic COVID-19. Finally, I would like to thank to all keynote speakers and also all presenters from the postgraduate program of State Islamic Institute of Parepare. And then I back to the microphone to the host. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for your kind moderator, Dr. Sulfa. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear presenter and participants, Ikhwani wa akhwati, finally we step to the final program, final agenda, that's closing. Before we close this session, this virtual international conference, I would like to gratitude to the keynote speakers for today, mentionly Professor Dr. Muhammad Yaumi M.Hum, M.A. from Indonesia, specifically from UIN Alauddin, Makassar. Thank you so much. The second associate professor, Dr. Makueta from Thailand, Jazakumullah khairal jaza. And Dr. Abdelkader Makhlouf from Algeria, ila liqa ikhwan fi Algeria. Mr. CRIS ZITA, Magister of Education from Philippines. Sampai jumpa Pak ZITA. And Dr. Mutmainnah, S.Pd.I, M.Pd from Indonesia, from Al-Azharia University in West Sulawesi. And Muhammad Abdulkarem from Iraq, Muhammad Samir Nada from Egypt. Thank you very much for your kind presentation and your kind joining us in the Spiritual International Conference. Thank you. Ila liqa wa aqulu lakum syukran jazilan. Okay, my next gratitude to Mr. Dr. Andi Asrifan, M.Pd and teams that join us to organize this event. Thank you so much. We would like to develop the next program regarding to developing education in our campus, of course. So for this great opportunity for the close such gratitude, I will invite Dr. Mutmainnah, S.Pd. S.Pd.I, M.Pd to comment for this virtual international conference. Times is yours. Dr. Mutmainnah. Or Dr. Andi Asrifan from Muhammadiyah University in Siden Rentapang, or Prof Yaumi. Excuse me, Professor Yaumi.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Any comments, please, you may deliver to us regarding for our virtual international conference. Time is yours.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to say that your event is a very nice event, yesterday and today. And hopefully, not only this month, later on, you can do it again. And probably if right now, the speakers are from like 15 countries, but later on can be more than 15, like 20 or 25 or and so on. The second one is dealing with my topic today. I would like to say that spiritual intelligence is very important to be integrated into education. We are going to try to design that we can work together, not only in Alauddin, but in EIN Parepare can do that so if we want to do together, it is open for you, and we can think about how to do the what is spiritual intelligence actually. So pay attention to the soul, because it is very different from the perspective of Western people. The soul and the ruh is very different, because according to the Western people, spiritual intelligence is coming from the brain, not from the heart. But Islamic perspective, it's coming from the heart, and the heart will communicate with the line from the God, and we need to do like a satellite. The God send the sign, and the soul in our heart get the sign. So we live like we are in the line of God. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for your additional explanation, sir. Professor Yaumi from UIN Alauddin Makassar. Dear presenters and participants, some of you asked about the slide presentation and certificate. Of course, we are from the committee, from the house. We will send to you all to your email the slide presentation and certificates. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And of course, there are some technical trouble. Forgive me, forgive us as the maintainer for this event. And then we step to the closing statement from the director of postgraduate program of EIN Parepare, the Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Mahsyar Idris M.Ag. Time is yours. تفضل أستاذ بكلمة اختتام في هذه الندوة. طيب.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Syukurillah. Bapak Speaker, narasumber dengan partisipan yang saya hormati. Para terhormat Rektor IAI Parepare, Dr. Ahmad Sultan Ustari Misi, Ibu Wakil Rektor 1 Dr. Jamil Amin, Ibu Bapak Dr. Haji Sudirman L, Dr. Haji Muhammad Saleh, ya, sebagai pelaksana kongres, menyampaikan terima kasih atas petunjuk, dukungan, dan dukungan penuh atau pemberian fasilitas yang sepenuhnya diberikan kepada panitia sehingga acara ini bisa berlangsung sampai detik ini. Saya ingin menyapa para hadirin, para narasumber, terutama kepada pimpinan perguruan tinggi yang hadir, terutama yang masih bertahan sampai hari ini. Saya ucapkan penghargaan kepada Abdelkader, Rektor IAI S.Ag yang masih bertahan sampai hari ini. Kemudian ucapan terima kasih saya sampaikan kepada seluruh panitia kongres, terutama kepada Ananda host, Bapak para moderator yang telah bekerja keras menyelesaikan atau mengawal acara ini dari awal hingga selesai, terutama kepada hostnya Al-Ustaz Haramain, Ustaz Ardianto, kepada moderator Hajian Hamdah, Dr. Sulfan, Dr. Kaharudin, Dr. Kandidat Andi Bakhri yang telah bekerja keras selama 2 hari. Setelah 2 hari kita mengikuti kongres internasional, banyak ilmu yang kita peroleh dari speaker, baik dari negara-negara luar maupun dari Indonesia. Kesempatan ini saya ingin menyapa Bapak narasumber dari Mesir, dari Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Palestina, Pakistan, India, Thailand, Algeria, Filipina, Irak, dan Indonesia. Oleh karena itu, saya sebagai Direktur Pasca Sarjana IAI Parepare mengucapkan banyak terima kasih atas kesediaannya menghibahkan, mewakafkan waktunya untuk memenuhi undangan kami untuk menjadi sebagai speaker pada konferensi kali ini. Semoga pada masa yang akan datang kita tetap bisa melakukan kegiatan yang sama dengan berbagai topik yang berbeda. Pada kesempatan ini pula, sebagai penyelenggara, mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya atas segala kekurangan baik kesalahan teknis yang terjadi, khususnya pada awal acara pembukaan kemarin sempat terjadi back connection. Oleh karena itu saya minta maaf. Demikian pula kepada seluruh partisipan yang telah bersedia dan tekun mengikuti acara ini sampai terakhir. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih yang tak terhingga. Semoga pada masa yang akan datang kita berjumpa lagi pada kegiatan-kegiatan yang sama, baik di kampus kami maupun di kampus-kampus yang lain. Alhamdulillah, konferensi ini diikuti oleh 47 negara. Kemarin hari pertama diikuti sebanyak 1.007 orang. Hari kedua peserta aktif 1.067 orang. 1.126. Alhamdulillah, Bapak Rektor IAIN Parepare sangat mensupport acara ini. Nah, karena itu ilmu yang bapak-bapak dan yang ibu-ibu sampaikan kami anggap sebagai sebuah strategi pengembangan kampus kami ke depan. Saya berharap tradisi akademik sharing ilmu ini ke depan bisa lebih dikembangkan sehingga kita sama-sama membangun peradaban ke depan, peradaban yang saling menyapa. Kita membangun ilmu yang berbasis agama, budaya, sains, dan teknologi. Ilmu berbasis pada kekuatan spiritual demi membangun peradaban Islam. Islam al-Hadalah. Ke depan kita sandingkan ilmu dan agama, akal dan hati. Kita membangun keharmonisan, kedamaian dalam kehidupan. Assalam tahta liwa'il Quran. Demikian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أشكركم جزيلا إلى مدير دراسة العليا لجامعة الإسلامية الحكومية Parepare على إلقاء كلمات بمناسبة الاختتام لهذه الندوة الافتراضية العالمية بجامعتنا المحبوبة. طيب ونخطو إلى برنامج الأخير والدعاء، وفليتفضل أستاذنا الكريم الدكتور محمد كهرالدين رملي M.Pdi فليتفضل مشكورا.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
After closing our event today, let's pray to God Allah may give us a good health, opportunity, a long life, and especially significance and knowledge by this event from yesterday until now. Amin ya rabbal alamin.
Amin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya wa din. Salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa ba'd. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadza jam'an mubarakan wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. اللهم انفعنا بما علمتنا وعلمنا ما ينفعنا وزدنا علما برحمتك يا ارحم الراحمين. ربنا ظلمنا انفسنا وان تغفر لنا من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنه وفي الاخره حسنه وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. الفاتحه. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ashkurukum jazilan ya Ustazana al-Kiram, Dr. Kaharudin Ramli bidu'aikum. Insyaallah yakuna du'ana maqbulan indallah ta'ala. Amin ya rabbal alamin. As moderator for today and host for the first day in this international virtual conference, I am as a moderator. Forgive me for any problems, any trouble as technical connection and so forth. We would like to see you again in another in the future academic developments, dear scholar, presenter and participants. إلى اللقاء في الندوات المقبلة إن شاء الله والعفو منكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, إلى اللقاء.
Andi Bari mungkin sampaikan ke peserta partisipan insyaallah syahada Bapak Yurusil ila email.